Me čuješ? Važi. Hello guys, and welcome back to the 5th round of the European Championship. I'm gonna be your commentator today, International Master Miodrag Perunovic from Serbia. Feel free to pose your questions and let's get started with the best players in this tournament so far. There are only 3 guys who made all 4 wins. I'm talking about Anton Korobov, Ruslan Ponomariov, and Altai Safarli. So those 3 guys they actually have the perfect score. We're just checking the Ukrainian derby. It's Korobov against Ponomariov, so let's take a look. Korobov played d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, and d5. Okay, we've been talking about these order moves. Of course, white always has an interesting option of going for either knight c3 or g3 and going into the Catalan opening, and another Ragozin defense. After queen a4, another line against the Ragozin defense with the queen a4, where white just goes with this check, threatens bishop on b4, and he has to go with the knight on c6. Here, after e3, castles, we've seen a couple of games with the queen going back to c2, where they just want to keep the healthy pawn structure and keep the possibility of taking by queen. But here, after bishop d2, white wants to have pretty much the same approach, in this case just with his bishop. Okay, so let's go with Ponomariov's approach is bishop d6. So what do you think? What's the point of bishop d6? Black is just hoping for some d takes c4, in which case whether white captures on c4 by queen or by bishop, next move will be e5, breaking in the center. So that would be his idea. It's very interesting to see, will Korobov here opt for some developing move, or will he go with c5? c5 obliges him in a way, because in that case he might be having some problems afterwards with breaking in the center with e5, but white is also going to have problems with a little bit exposed pawn structure in that case. Okay, so we're just waiting on Korobov's move. Somebody said, is there a free day in this tournament? There is no free day in the tournament, so every single day we're just going to here hang out together, and I'm just gonna be here to help you and commentating these games. So we're just checking once again Ragozin defense. We're just checking once again. So what are the most popular openings? We already can make some conclusions after those 4 rounds, and we're currently ongoing with the 5th. Most popular openings are Catalan for white, then Desperation, where black opts for Ragozin defense, Queen's Gambit Orthodox as usual, not Marshall, but Berlin defense, absolutely the most popular in the whole competition, and Nimzo Indian is way more popular than, for example, either Grunfeld or King's Indian. So those are some tendencies in this tournament. Hello once again to everyone. Thanks for coming, thanks for watching, and if you have any questions, feel free, especially now when we're just checking like the first couple of moves. Korobov is waiting and he's just probably deciding what is he going to do here. Somebody came up with pretty good stats here that Korobov once won against Ponomariov. They drew 3 games and lost 1. So thanks so much for that. That was very helpful. And Korobov opted for c5. So you see, he decided to go with the c5, which means that he wants to avoid an easy d takes e4 followed by e5 by black, but at the same time, just like I previously told you, it's a kind of obliging move because now he's going to be having some problems afterwards in the center. So does it mean that black is first going to break in the center with e5, or he's going to be the one who's going to play fast on the queen side by pushing these pawns b4 or b5, or bringing the queen to c2, maybe securing that queen with a3 and playing bishop d3, breaking in the center with e4. Those are some possibilities in this position. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Safarli against Boris Gelfand, legendary GM in this tournament. So we have like some very well-known names here, and we have Vasily Ivanchuk, we have Boris Gelfand, and these are the guys that we always have to count on for the top 23 places, and those are leading places for the World Cup this year. So let's take a look at this one. Safarli, he always goes with Rosalima exactly. He always goes with the sidelines. Here after e6, he opted to take on c6, play d3, and go with the knight bd2. Lately, this system became very popular. He now goes with e5, and Boris Gelfand went with d5. What's the point of this system? There are like two kinds of plans by white in this position. Biggest problem for white is the pawn on, for black is the pawn on c5. Those are double pawns, and possibly these pawns on c6 and c5 are weaknesses. So what is white supposed to do? To either block the pawn on c5 by playing some c4, or ideally, with the knight on c3, that knight usually goes on a4, then he goes b3, bishop a3, and goes after the pawn on c5. I remember checking some course by Gaevsky here. This knight f3 and knight b2 became very popular lately, and this h4 has its purpose. So what's the purpose of h4? It's aimed against knight on g6. So as you know, that stranded knight on g6 should always be chased away with h4 and h5, while the knight on b6, for example, should be chased away with a4 and a5. So in this case, h4 is one of those kingside simple space-grabbing moves that is aimed against knight g6, because h5 followed by h6 is going to come. And another thing, he just wants to take some space and to actually get like a better control of the king side in position in general. That's at the moment position here. We can easily go on to the next game because I guess Boris Gelfand has to decide whether he wants to play something like h5, or he just wants to go with maybe some ideas connected with some yeah, he actually did, just like you see. In the game, he played h5, and when this guy went for b3, he played a5. What's the point of b3? There are like 2 points of b3. Sometimes that bishop goes on a3 and goes after the pawn on c5, while on the other hand, you also want to place in some moments, in some positions, that bishop on b2 in order to control and to defend pawn on e5 with a better control of the center. Those are ideas, but you know what? When black goes for a5, I don't think that he should be going for anything else but for a4. Okay? What's so special about, and what do I have to say about this one? Mastrovasilis he's having like a pretty tough style, especially in general, but especially with the white pieces. It's not going to be an easy job for Sargsyan, but Sargsyan, from another point of view, he enjoys these calm positions, and he also shouldn't be unhappy with the choice of his opponent, because if he opts to play for a win, and that is going to be a long-lasting game with lots of maneuvering. Mastrovasilis' choice here, this was a 4 knights Scotch defense here. You have 4 knights. The thing is, they have like 4 knights Ruy Lopez, 4 knights Italian, and they have 4 knights scotch. That's exactly what happened here. Mastrovasilis went with that, bishop d4, captured c6, played bishop d3, took on d5. Here it's very interesting. If you opt to take on c6, then you actually opt for accepting the gambit. Of course, Mastrovasilis didn't want to fall for that. Played bishop g5, c6, and now we all expect queen f3. Queen f3 is just the main move, making some pressure against the knight on f6, also opening up the back rank, and these rooks can just join into the game, into the center, mainly by placing one of those rooks on e-file. I'm talking about placing the rook f to e1 or rook a to e1, depending on his preps. Yes, he did play queen f3. We were expecting that, of course. And now black has two options, to go with h6 and to say, okay, my friend, I'm ready to play with the bishop here, but to exchange everything and with a broken pawn structure. Or he can just go with something like bishop e7, for example, which is going to be pretty much solidifying his pawn structure and not allowing this guy to take on f6 and to break these pawns and to create some doubles. The destiny of this game. So will Sargsyan play for some sort of like end game, enjoying the bishop pair just with a broken pawn structure after h6, for example, or he h6, I'm talking about h6, bishop takes, queen takes, g takes, and now since black is threatening to take on c3, he just goes knight e2, and this is one of the possibilities, or he just wants to go with bishop e7, solidifying his pawn structure and not allowing this guy to take and not to do any kind of harm. There is also a third move. Third move is bishop d6, where you just place your bishop here. You're not afraid of anything, but in that case, white is up. White is first he has to go with h3, securing the position of the queen and playing like this. In the meantime, I can see that he made a move. Yes, he played that, in which case h3 could be like a waste of time. And another thing here could be, I don't know, I mean, just that move, such as bishop f4 followed by e3. Let's just see, there are like plenty of possibilities that white can go for, and it also depends on their intentions in these games. So we're still waiting on white's move in this game. Let's just get back to Korobov against Ponomariov. Oof, yes, you see. So this is what happened in the game. So they Ponomariov went for Ragozin defense, queen a4, knight c6. It's very interesting. So far we've seen 5 games against Ragozin defense. In all those 5 games, white went for queen a4. That's a very interesting theoretical tendency by white in these positions. So white should be happy with existing knight on c6. After like bishop d2, bishop d6, c5, I told you that when you commit yourself with c5, you just commit yourself to play on the queen side. So the thing is, after like b4, knight e4, he now says, okay, I don't care about breaking my king side. I want to take by king, and I want to have, like, for the rest of the game, more or less normal type of game. Here, Ponomariov just wants to break in the center, especially now when the king on d2 feels a little bit weak. Somebody said, what happened on the board 86? Well, sometimes you have these mistakes in transmissions, and for example, 2 days ago, we had like 4 or 5 games like this already written with a bad result. So it happens, and it's more of like practical mistake that happens there. So they should definitely fix that. And of course, they're playing that their game. So here, I just like this type of position for both sides. I like it for white because white enjoys space. I like it for white because white enjoys a pretty, I'd say, good and solid game on the queen side. But from another point of view, I don't think it's that good, and that's actually the only risk he had to take here with him. It's a little bit exposed, king on d2. So that has to be Ponomariov's idea in the game. He urgently has to open up the game and take advantage of the king on d2. Gelfand, he played a5. We still don't have move of Safarli. Will he play c4, fixing the c5? Will he play a4, or he's just going to ignore this a5? Here, these guys opted for, I'm willing to say, boring type of position that both of these guys should be pretty much okay with. So what's the point? So in the game after rook b8, you remember when we started this, I said knight d1 or knight a4. He opted for knight d1, h6, exchanged everything, played b3 to get rid of the weakness on the b2, and now king g7. I absolutely have no doubts that he's going to play knight to e3 followed by some bishop f5, because ideally knight should outplay the bishop, since this guy with the black pieces is playing with the 4-pawn islands. But that's exactly the best and only hope for black. So what's that? To play with a bishop pair and to keep some sort of dynamics in this game. So I know these positions. This is also like theoretical type of game. They will most likely go into the obstacle of bishops, and for some reason I'm of opinion that this is not going to be one of those games that is going to last that long. Okay, let's go into the next one. Here Yargus Peshek played the bishop g5. Now we just have to figure out the point and the idea of having that pawn on a3. Maybe he had some other things in his mind, but I don't see anything that special, and a3 could only justify your play on the queen side in case black goes with a5. That's the thing. So let's go with the next game. Next game, Ante Brkic, Ivan Cheparinov. This was modern Italian as far as I see, but let's see, maybe I'm wrong. It was Ruy Lopez, so I was wrong. And after bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, knight f6, castles, bishop e7, d3. I was about to say, yay, for the first time we had that rook e1 against Ruy Lopez, but once again, so this is another very common thing by white in these positions. This guy just went with d3. Everybody plays d3 in this European Championship. Everybody plays who plays against Ruy Lopez Berlin defense. Cheparinov is a fighter. He didn't want to play Berlin defense, and he just wants to fight against Ante Brkic. He wants an open game. So after like b5, bishop b3, d6, Brkic played a4. Here you have those three moves. You have a3, which was the most common thing by white players so far. a3 followed by knight c3, and with a control of the center and especially d5 square. You have c3, where you just want to reroute your bishop back on c2. Or you have a4. Those are three moves, because once they defend, watch out guys, once they defend the pawn on e5, black is threatening knight a5. If they win the light square bishop, pack your stuff, bags, go home and say, I don't want to play this game anymore. So you're just saving this bishop. You play a4 here, and after bishop d7, c3, castles, bishop c2 to go with d4 afterwards, rook e1 to over support the center, h6 to stop some knight g5 or bishop g5 ideas afterwards, bishop f8 to go g6, bishop g7, rerouting bishop to normal square, knight f1, typical knight journey in the Ruy Lopez, b4, a5. Whenever they play b4, it's very important to play a5. So the thing is, after like a5, he's just disconnecting pawns on a6 and b4, and he goes for even more than that. The thing is, after b4, d5, e takes, knight takes, bishop d2 to defend, rook b8, knight g3. Just like you see, they were blitzing out these moves, and we have like almost how many moves of theory? 20 moves, and both of these guys were just blitzing so fast. I remember when I played in European Championship against Brkic, we played 34 moves of theory, and eventually I got outplayed. So he knows his stuff. He's white here. He's really good with the white pieces, and this is gonna be Very, very nice game. White seems to be a little bit better with more of a space, and it's okay position. I don't think Black should complain about his position either, so we should carry on with analysis. Somebody said, what do you think of King D2, a novelty by Korobov, varying from game some guy played against Dubov with the knight d2. I believe that the king on d2, well, that's the question, and that's exactly the point of the line, because when he takes by king, he just opted at that moment for playing on the queen side and playing for queen side strategic and I would say static type of position and initiative. On the contrary, Ponomariov just has to go with some really fast ways of opening up the position and somehow taking advantage of the king on d2. Let's go with the next one. Etienne Bachar against Svane Frederick. Why do I have a feeling that this was Rubinstein French? e4 a6, d4 d5, knight f6, bishop g5, and after d takes knight e4, it goes into the Rubinstein French. And you know what? When they go knight b7, knight f3, h6, he captured and brought a bishop back on a3. Nowadays, almost all top guys, and actually it began starting with Vichy Anand. Nowadays, almost everyone goes with bishop e3. This bishop goes back on e3. You're never afraid of any knight d5 because you have two ways of solving the problem with the dark square bishop: putting it back on d2 or just giving it up, in which case you're just recaptured by pawn and open f-file. But what I like about this game is that after bishop e3, bishop d6, bishop d3, castles, queen e2, b6, Etienne Bachar opted for a move typically in my style. I like this rook g1 followed by g4, bishop b7, and now it's his turn. You know what? When you commit yourself with rook g1, you obviously want to go with long castle, and you just want to go, yeah, that's exactly what he did now. He made a long castle, and now he just wants to go with g4 and g5. It's, I don't know about rook g1, is it novelty or not, but it's a very logical move, and it's typically, I'd say, move that fits perfectly well to the system of white players in this game. Why? Because especially because you definitely want to play the opposite side castles and you want to attack on the king side. But there is one more important thing here. You want to go with g4, g5, in which case you would have an accelerated type of the attack when you push your pawn up to g5 because of pawn on h6. So it's a perfectly reasonable way of playing with the white pieces. Also, you have to keep in mind one more thing. Etienne Bachar is usually d4 player, and here he just played e4. It means that he realized that his opponent almost always goes like this, and all Germans just go with this system. Daniel Friedman, Rasmus Svane, his brother, just like you see, Svane Frederick. Then you have those two guys, Matthias Blubaum and used to be Georg Meyer. So everyone plays these, even Nisipanu sometimes, everyone plays these tough systems to crack with the black pieces. And here, Bachar just decided to set and said, okay, I'm willing to go with a king side attack. I want to attack there, and let's just go with rook g1 and g4. I want to have some excitement, and I like to launch the action on the king side by pushing my pawn all the way up to g5. Very nice one. So far, we don't have moves, and knight d5 makes sense. He just wants to go after the bishop, but also in some moments, he'd like to go with some sort of simplifications with knight f4. Makes perfect sense because it's now, it's making g4 somehow way less dangerous, but okay, still white can go with the king b1, white can go with the g4, And on knight f4 to capture by bishop, bishop f4 check, king b1. And then in some of these positions, by trading of the light square bishops after bishop e4 to go into the knight against the bishop, where he has relatively easy attack on the king side, doing the pawn storm. So that's the thing, and that's the way he could be going here. Oops. So let's go with next game. Santos Latasa Jaime against Sergei Azarov. Azarov is performing well. Santos Latasa is one of the highest rated players here. This was a typical Ruy Lopez, bishop e5, a6, bishop a4, knight f6. And this is the first guy who in this tournament did this rook to e1. I would just like to remind you of the fact that when you play rook e1, you just have to know that you play one of the, in general and historically, one of the most classic variations. So everyone in the past, I'm talking about these classics, starting from Smyslov, Keres, Petrosian, Grigoric, everyone went for this rook e1. Okay, most of these guys weren't like e4 players, but at that time, rook e1 was the main option. And I would just like to say hello to all the guys who are just following us on Chess24, and thanks for your active participation in these games and even providing some stats analysis, and that's very helpful. Thank you, guys. So after like rook e1, b5, bishop b3, d6, c3, castles h3, Zaitsev variation. Zaitsev variation, bishop b7. So after d4, rook e8, for example, when you want to add some time on your clock from practical point of view, or when you feel like a coward and you say, I'm playing against my opponent who's, for example, higher rated, I just want to go with the knight g5, then they got to go back. Then you do something, for example, put it back, they go rook e8, and this is how you can make draw. Of course, that white doesn't want to make a draw, he's even higher rated, and goes for a3. He creates shelter for the bishop in case he needed, but it's another thing, way more important than this one. What's that? The thing is, at some point he would like to bring the bishop back to c2, and then he would like to go with, he doesn't want to give his opponent option of chasing the light square bishop away with the knight b4 and wants to secure it. After h6, bishop a2. Okay, that's another idea. After a3, creating shelter for the bishop there on the diagonal, play d5. Now connecting these pawns with b3 and playing c4. That's another typical Ruy Lopez idea, because, you know, when you play against Ruy Lopez, sometimes you play d5. For example, at first glance, a move like this is absolutely against all basic chess principles. You play d5, you close the game, and even worse, you close the light square bishop on a2. And then when the guy plays knight a7, just like you were anti-taught by somebody and he tells you your bishop should be closed, not open, and the guy just goes with b3. And then look at this one. You're just closing your bishop on a2. And the guy says, okay, I'm, of course, undermining your center. And you say, make your bishop even worse. But that's not a case here. Here, what is just building up and cementing this pawn structure. At some point, we'll see who is first going to simply release the tension in the center. And this is like a very, very interesting system by white. So after bishop d8, he keeps on improving and finding a better place for the bishop, dark square bishop here. A relatively nice idea how to improve the dark square bishop in these positions. Played bishop b6, bishop e3, says, let me just oppose your bishop, and this is where the game stopped. Roughly equal type of the game with mutual chances. So let's just go with the next one. Next one is Leon Levajic against Neguanu from Czech Republic. Leon Levajic, young Croatian player who's doing great so far. He really made a nice win yesterday. He's really well theoretically prepared. And so far, he really showed a lot. So let's see what happened in his opening today. So after like d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5. Another type of the same opening. Leon went for knight c3, and after c6, he went with c takes d5. This is exactly what he did 2 days ago also. And after like e takes d5, went with the queen c2. 2 days ago, he played, if I remember correctly, some sort of bishop f4 in one of his games, or bishop g5, I can't remember, but I'm just trying to, you know, like here, recollect my memories. After bishop e7, bishop g5, now he just goes in one of the main lines, but he didn't want to go with the classic bishop h4, takes on f6, breaks in the center, and plays queen takes e4. An interesting line. After, I'm just wondering, how would he go and what would he do if queen e7 happens here? Would he go with some sort of like queen trade? Or would he go with something like, I don't know, even maybe some knight e5 if he doesn't want to trade the queens off? This could be a very, very interesting thing. Then we have Volodar Murzin against Benjamin Gladura. Volodar Murzin made a great win yesterday. He really outplayed, I believe it was Murray Trosian, and he's a very young Russian kid who keeps improving very fast, and let's just see how is he going, what did he do in this game. He played knight f3, and against Petrov defense, he decided not to go into the typical Petrov with knight takes e5, but played knight c3. After knight c6, d4, e takes, knight takes, bishop e4. We have one more type of Scotch 4 knights, where just like in a game of Mastrovasilis and Sargsyan, and after castles, d5, e takes, bishop g5, bishop e6. So you see, Benjamin Gladura didn't want to play typical c6 because here, just for your information, white threatens to take on f6 and threatens to take pawn on d5. So that's why black goes with c6 or bishop e6. Imagine you play h6, you just take. So you can't take by queen because of knight d5. I'm just showing this because of weaker guys who watch this broadcast. And in case of h6, bishop f6, first of all, you should never break the pawn structure on the king like this. Second thing, knight d5, because you cannot take this with a queen because bishop h7, say goodbye to your lady, baby. So that's how it goes. After bishop e6, he's just improving the defense over the d5. You just go knight b5, removing from bishop c3 and rerouting the knight to d4. After c5, a3, bishop a5, b4, bishop e6, b takes, bishop takes, queen d2, and position looks absolutely unclear. Absolutely unclear. I don't think white has anything that special out of this opening. Also, Gladura likes these type of, let's just say, solid positions on both sides. So I don't see serious or big problems for black in this position, at least out of the opening knot. Then Grzegorz Nasuta against Nijat Abbasov. So what was this? This was like Kalashnikov defense, but it wasn't. It was Sveshnikov with e5. After knight b5, d6, knight e5, knight e5, he takes, and knight b8. a4, nowadays everyone plays this variation just for you. So this knight b8 retreat is a very classic here. They just want to go after that with a6 and b5. So they just want to get some space on the queen side. And you say, no, you won't be able to go with a6 and b5 because I'll play a4. So when they go with a6 at some point, you will always have possibility to reroute your knight onto the queen side, especially c4 square, by playing knight a3 and knight c4. So white just goes with bishop d2, castle, e5, sorry, a5, and he just gets some space on the queen side. I remember when Nepo played this, and he was one of the first guys who went for this system, played early a4, followed by bishop d2 and a5. I remember once analyzing something like this with Grandmaster Velimir Ivic. Although these guys just agreed on a draw, knight d7, bishop e2, f5, knight a3, repositioning that knight to c4, and here they agreed on a draw. Okay, next one. Kurkulos against Rasmus Svane. So let's take a look at the opening. Another long theoretical line, but this time I can just fill it. It was in Catalan. Yes, he played Catalan g3, d takes, bishop g2, bishop b4, bishop d2, and a5. Kurkulos played queen c2, recaptured by queen, played a4 not to allow black to play any b5. But when he goes with b5, he's now going to take and create a better diagonal for the bishop. Now he played queen g5, threatening on g7 and b5. Castles takes on b5 and goes like this. Forced line, theoretical variation. They just kept on blitzing these moves, and this is a current position that we're having on the board. Let's be honest, position looks a little bit better for white. Why? Because, first of all, because of strong bishop on g2. Second thing, because of a little bit better placed knights on e5 and c4. And mainly because of that possibly weak pawn on a5. Although I just have to say that here, this is exactly how a black player likes to play his type of positions in chess. So it is going to be more or less around even. So let's go with the next game, Kukmazov against Darda. Kukmazov made a very nice game yesterday. Also, Darda is performing really well so far. Yesterday I was discussing with Grandmaster Kovacevic about Darda and his improvement, and we agreed that every single year, ever since from 2018 or 19, from 2300, he was getting like 100 points per year, except in the last 2 years where he's getting like 50 points. But Darda is the guy who constantly keeps improving his chess and gets his rating points and raises his rating. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. Okay, so this is the thing. So after like here, what do we have? Here we have d4, knight f6, c4 a6, knight f3, d5, another Catalan, bishop e7, bishop g2, knight c3. Queen d3, it's connected with defending pawn on c4 better, and also opting for e4 at some point for white. So that's what he did, played e4, defending on c4, captured by knight, and here last move by Daniel Darda was b5, opening up the bishop on a6. That's the thing, and this is what he's looking for. White definitely looks a little bit better because he enjoys a little bit better control of the center and the space here. By playing b5, he's willing to go with b takes c4, b takes c4, and for example to break in the center with either e5 or c5. Those are possibilities. Let's go on to the next one. Emre Can against Kuparadze. And Emre Can went for this one. Kuparadze played Taiman of defense, bishop e3, a6, and g4. We, if you remember, had guest here like 2 days ago, Anayam Stankovic from Serbia, who said during the analysis of his game that the absolutely most popular and topic move today is g4 at this point, but he didn't go for g4. In this game, Emre Can went for that g4, knight e7, knight goes to b3, d5 breaking in the center, queen d2, knight e5, threatening very nasty fork. Castle, d takes, bishop c5, and knight to d5. Kuparadze so far showed pretty a lot. He's performing really well. And let's just see how is he going to do and how is he going to play in the game. So far, black is doing relatively fine. Next one is Sichev against Anton Giharo. This was King's Indian, obviously. Finally won King's Indian. I'm happy when that happens. After e4, d6, bishop e2, and Clement Sichev went for semi-Averbach variation. They just go with bishop e2 and bishop e3. Nowadays, absolutely the most popular line against King's Indian. So what has three main options? Sorry, black, c5, e5, or just knight c6. Black opted for e5, d5, and played an early knight a6. After g4, knight c5, f3, h5, this guy went with h4. For example, I'm just going to show you how I won a couple of games with the black pieces, and I believe two guys playing here. One is an IM from Israel, Yoav Milikov, and another one is international master from Serbia, but he's not participating here, Nestorovic. So after g5, knight h7, and when they go with h4, because you were threatening this, when you play f6, and when they go queen d2 to defend, you just take, and now you sack an exchange. You sack an exchange, a beautiful, but let's be honest, very typical exchange sack in these positions. For what? For absolutely lovely control of the dark squares, on the game on the dark squares, and now you just want to go with bishop e5 followed by queen f6. After that, my teammate, Grandmaster Djukic and Montenegro champion, played bishop e5 followed by queen f6 against Grandmaster Milkovic, and also won with the black pieces. So that's the main idea of this system. Sichev didn't want to allow that. He played early h4, and after a5, he now played g5, but now Giharo didn't want to go with the knight on h7. He now goes with his knight on d7. After like queen d2, he brought the knight back to a6. Why? Because he wants to have this knight on c5, this knight on b4, breaking with f5, and possibly to even open up the bishop on f5. So after like long castles, knight dc5, knight h3, oops, and here black went with bishop d7, knight after repositioning. So this is current position in the game, Sichev against Anton Giharo. Let's go with the next one, Navara Pultinevicius. Navara, so he goes for his favorite e4, takes and plays bishop d3. It's also very interesting that so far we've seen like 4 games where white players against Karakan went for exchange variation, and they don't go for pan of attack. They go with bishop d3 and play this bishop d3. So after bishop d3, knight c6, c3, queen c7, played knight to a3. It's aimed against some e5 ideas. a6, repositioning that knight, playing h3 against bishop g4. The guy eventually played e5 and jumped with a knight c4, bishop e7, rook e1, and castles. Speaking from strategic point of view, this shouldn't be a big problem for white, because he just has like a very nice blockade on the d4 square. D5 pawn seems to be very, very weak, and for the rest of the game he just wants to go you know, like by blocking this pawn on d5 with the d4, he would just like to keep on trading off pieces. On the contrary, Pultinevicius, since he's playing with an IQP, he's got a possibilities to attack, although I don't see many possibilities to attack in this game, and he just wants to keep the game unclear, and he definitely doesn't want to simplify, because in IQP, or isolated queen pawn positions, when you exchange pieces, the more you exchange, the weaker IQP is going to be. So that's like a general rule for all of you who just want to learn how to play against the isolated queen pawn, or you never knew how to treat those positions against the IQP. So at least now you're gonna know this thing. Okay, so let's carry on with this one. After like knight c4, it's Navara's turn, so we're just waiting for his move. What about Sergei Lobanov against Jules Mussar? Mussar had a nice comeback yesterday. He won. If I recall correctly, it was like a pretty easy comeback by black and a nice win by black. Here, Lobanov playing white. Let's just take a look. What are they doing? It was Slav defense, e3, bishop f5, knight c3, e6, and knight h4. If you remember, this was line that was massively used in a match between Vlad Kramnik and Topalov in the for the world championship title. Both of these guys, which is like a curiosity of that match, went for this line with the white pieces, and they both were going for like the light square bishop at some point, take it, and they just wanted to somehow take advantage of the bishop pair. After bishop d2, knight bd7, knight g6, for example, Kasparov played in his best like years, rook c1, and this is how he beat Vallejo. Although here Lobanov played c takes, played queen c2, h3 to avoid weakness on h2, long castles, knight b6, king b1, and there we go. If you ask me, in a position like this, white has definitely a slight advantage because of the bishop pair. So all he has to do, he somehow has to try to get a game open. Black, on the contrary, should be okay with a position like this with these knights, as long as he, manages to simply keep the game solid and not allowing simply white to go with some crazy opening stuff in position. Let's go for the next one, Predke against Dvirny. So Predke went for e4, went for Italian opening, early castle, and after knight f6, opted for d3 and c3. After like a5, rook e1, h6, knight bd2, knight f1, knight e7. I just want to tell you one more thing, and one more time here. Whoever plays a6, a6 used to be more popular in the past, and now nowadays they just think that if you give option to white to play before, you just give them option to get some space, and engines like space. Here, since engines like space, nowadays almost everyone go for a5, because engines prefer those type of positions in order to prevent before by white. Then your bishop goes back on a7, and then you reroute your knight onto the king's side with knight a7 and knight g6, and then you play c6 and d5, breaking in the center. Predke reacted with d4 just in time, played h3, and on d5 played e5. This is current position, and Dvirny is just giving him an option of taking the pawn on e4, in which case Predke would be up a pawn, but black would have bishop pair and great compensation for the given pawn. So 100% he won't take it. I don't know why I'm so sure that he won't take on e4, but it would be, in my opinion, just bad, but we'll get back to this game. Interesting game. Sipenko against Kacharava. Oh la la, what's happening here? I like it, what I'm seeing here. This is a derby between youngsters. I know that both of these guys competed in the World Junior Championship a few months ago. Kacharava was third. Sipenko was the biggest favorite there, but he didn't win that competition, and this is his chance to redeem himself. Let's take a look at the game. It's very interesting. d4, d5, c4, a6, knight f3, knight f6. He went for Catalan, but who said that a Catalan should be boring? It's not. D takes c4, bishop g2, c6, castles, and b5. Kacharava decided to defend the pawn. Sipenko says, okay, but now I just want to break your pawns on the queen side. And the guy says, okay, but if you want to do that, I just want to open up my light square bishop and oppose your bishop on g2. He says, okay, but now I'm really threatening a takes b5. And the guy goes with a6. Nice. And b3. Sipenko does what white has to do in these type of positions, so he just undermines these pawns in the center. Kacharava captured, queen to b3, and this is a typical way of sacking pawn in Catalan for what? For the sake of activity, for the sake of better development, for everything. And here, Kacharava just decided to grab the pawn. So he's, after like 10 moves, already 2 pawns up. Sipenko plays bishop b2, queen b4, and queen c2. Watch this out. He's down 2 pawns. Queen c5. He says, of course, I won't exchange if I just sack 2 pawns. And after queen d3, bishop e7, knight bd2. Queen b6, knight e4. Why knight e4? How do you get this move? Like, let me just go with removing your defender on the king side, so I can afterwards attack you on the king side. Also, there is a threat of knight takes f7, king f7, and knight g5, followed by knight e6 here. Black went with the knight d5, and Sipenko goes h4. This is very interesting game, because he's just blitzing out his moves, and keep in mind, he's down 2 pawns. c5 opens up the bishop, and knight on d5 is already maintained in the center well. Knight g5 threatens on f7, and the guy goes with f6. Oh la la, oh la la. Here Sipenko went a5, and it's black's turn in this position. Oh my goodness, take a look at this. He played, oh, what a move. So after f6, he just goes with a5 and says, you're mine, buddy. Knight takes c6 next. d5 is falling because, look at this, after a5, you can't go queen c7. I'm just going to send you home after knight e6. And even if you think that nothing's going to happen, I have a bad news for you. Bishop d5, queen d5, boom, knight c7, and you should be winning in that one. Also, maybe he even has this one, knight g7, king f8, and maybe knight f5. Oh my goodness, this is dead winning for Sipenko. If a5, queen d8, absolutely the same thing. So if he goes queen c8, knight g7, once again, this guy is completely lost after like 1 hour. So if queen a7, here there are so many options. So probably knight e6, and if f takes e5, now you just have to calculate whether you should take on g7, d5. d5 is the most logical thing. Or maybe even e5 to retain your chances in the attack. I believe bishop d5 wouldn't be bad, because you threaten now queen a8, knight c7, you threaten knight c7, you threaten knight g7, and they can't go with castle because of knight c7. Completely winning position for white, unless I missed something. Unless I missed something after a5 here. So correct me if I'm wrong, but if I missed something, and do you know what is even more shocking? Sipenko, he hasn't even spent 1 minute. Well, this guy already spent 1 hour, and he spent 1 hour in position where he's completely lost. That's very interesting. So he's in some sort of the analysis, but this f6 was definitely a bad blunder. He probably had to do something else, and position could be, at least Sipenko has a nice initiative here, and for example, I enjoy this type of chess, but for sure, black shouldn't be in such a big problems after knight g5. Come on, I mean, don't tell me that. So knight g5, full compensation for Sipenko, but I still can't believe that after f6 and after like 60 minutes, ever since the game began, he's like dead winning. That doesn't happen too often in these games and in these type of competitions. So someone said there will be many draws today, looks like. Well, maybe there will be many draws, but as long as we have games like this, we should be happy. Okay, Sipenko is winning. We'll get back to this game. Šarić against Guliev. Šarić was defending absolutely difficult position yesterday, and he defended it. That's even more interesting. Here, he's down in exchange, but temporarily. Of course, these two knights are unhappily placed on b4 and c2. Let's see the move. Yeah, against Šarić, most of these guys try to play Petrov defense, and Šarić played knight a5, knight e4, d4, d5, bishop d3, bishop d6, c4, rook to e1. I remember playing rook to e1 against Grandmaster Antic when I became an IM on Ikaria in Greece like 20 years ago, maybe even more than that. So rook e1, bishop f5. At that time, I played knight c3. I remember Ivanchuk Gelfand game, and that's thanks to that game I won that game. Here, queen b3, I know that it's one of the top engine choices to play like this. Queen d7, and after that c5, bishop c7, knight c3. That's very interesting line. So after knight takes c5, bishop f5, knight b3, bishop d7, knight a1, bishop f5, knight a6, bishop d2, g6, bishop goes to d3, goes back to f1, and Šarić is about to get the pawn, get the piece back. So what is he going to have? He's going to have like a rook and 2 pawns for 2 pieces. So that's his approach in this game against the Petrov defense. Okay, we'll get back to this game with lots of more excitement. Shevchenko against Gabriel reminds me on Korobov, Ponomariov with the king on d2. It was that popular line that Carlsen played. An idea of a6 is, by the way, for all of you who are unfamiliar with this, they just want to go with d takes c4 and support this pawn with b5. If that happens, see you, my buddy. I'm gonna grab the pawn, I'll defend it, and then it's too late for you to do anything. That's why Shevchenko had to take, played knight f3, played queen c2, and played e4. After like d takes, knight takes, bishop e4, bishop d2, capturing by king. Can you imagine? And allowing his rook to come on e1. What a nice idea. Can you imagine this one? Capturing by king. King is safe here. He doesn't have the dark square bishop. I like it a lot. So this is the thing. He just wants to go with a rook on e1 in these positions. So rook goes on e1. And after like king d2, knight f6, rook e1, king d8. Another interesting move by black this time, and queen c5. Bishop e6, and why? Because he's just want to hide his king on c8 and to play like this. A very interesting game with, I'd say, mutual chances, but usually when you play so crazy, usually it has a draw result very often. So as Symphonic Knight said, Dingley Ren had Sargsyan's position 3 times after rook e5 and found 3 draws against Duda, Rapport, and Firozia. Thanks for your stats, thanks for your information. That's very helpful because you know that I'm not using engines. You know that I don't want to use chess-base and those kinds of things. So it's always nice and kind of refreshing when I get those kinds of information. So here Shevchenko played bishop c4. He just wants to take on e6 and create triple pawn island, which is going to be like a big problem for black players. Okay, time to go on to the next game. This one is going to be interesting. Igor Janik, a Polish GM, against Yevgeny Nair. Nair was doing better in yesterday's game, but he couldn't finish off his opponent. Today, Nair is playing a typical London type of the game, so, or Slav defense, but it's with the same type of structure. G3, bishop g4, 95, knight c3, e6, queen b3, and when they capture knight d7, b4 to go with b5, he just went with his bishop e7. It's a very well-known type of position where white just wants to break on the queen side with both. He just wants to play b5 and afterwards to play b4 and afterwards to take on c6 and to push another pawn on b5 from b4, and that's how usually white gets some sort of activity and space on the queen side. Let's move on to the next one. This looks easier for playing from white's turn. What does black want to do in this position? And black just wants to break in the center with e5. Boruchovsky against Nils Grandelius. This was time out of defense. And after knight c6, knight c3, queen c7, played bishop e3 and played, it's another guy who went for that most critical g4 move after like h6, a3 to stop bishop b4, knight f6, f3 to defend both e4 and g4, and after b5 captured on c6. Now Nils Grandelius is taking his time because he needs to decide whether he wants to take by queen and keep the c file open, or he just wants to recapture by pawn. So this is an interesting one, and we won't wait for his move because it might take too long. Injic against Halkias. We were walking last night and we were talking about his possibilities in today's game, and he said definitely something interesting, and just like you see, he went for this position is Queen's Gambit accepted. Actually, it was black who chose it. Stelios Halkias, a very good GM who always plays very solid, plays very healthy type of chess, and this is going to be an interesting game. Injic brought his bishop back to d3, so bishop e7, castles, and c5. Injic plays a3 to prevent b4, bishop e7, queen e2 to go with rook d1, and this is where the game stopped. So this is what we have here. The thing is, he just wants to go with some either d5, or he just wants to go at some point with e4. In some lines, he's even willing to open the d file by taking on c5. So that's going to be his opening choice. What is he going to do? I am not 100% sure, but this is the way it goes in this type of game. Injic has like a very nice, I'd say, opening position, but you know what? Speaking from Queen's Gambit accepted type of player perspective, they shouldn't be absolutely in problems with a position like this, because they managed to play a6, b5 to get some queen side. The light square bishop is open on b7. Bishop on e7 just prepared for a short castle. The only kind of problematic thing for white is the knight on c3. Why? Because at some point black can go with some b4. So that's why he played a3, trying to fight with the knight on c3 and to do something and to avoid those kinds of things coped with b4 by black. Then we have Yilmaz Rachmanov. They already drew a game. What did they play? They play red the opening with that g6, then they transpose into the Grunfeld after c4, c6. We all know this line. This is it's Grunfeld, but looks like a boring type of Slav defense. After queen b6, queen d2, a5, rook f to d1, they just agreed on a draw. Manuel Petrosian against Rasulov. Manuel Petrosian, he just went with what was this opening. He just went with knight c3, while black once again went for a6. So we have so many games with this a6 idea by black, It's some sort of like hybrid Queen's Gambit accepted system and some other type of Queen's Gambit orthodox type of games. Here, once again, black just wants to take on c4 and to support it and defend it by b5. So after c takes, bishop f4, c6, c3, bishop d6, queen f3. Interesting system. Knight e7, bishop takes d6, bishop d3, knight g on e2, goes h3, castles, queen f4, recaptured by pawn, and he now tries to take advantage of an open e-file. It looks maybe a little bit better for white, but maybe because of that e5 outpost, maybe because of that e-file, maybe because of the pawn on f5, because it restricts the light square bishop on c8. But on question, do you think that this looks a little bit better for white? Probably. Those are the reasons to say yes. Okay, next one. Shant Sargsyan against Thomas Beardson. So let's take a look at the opening. Looks like something very open. E3, bishop f5, knight h4, won the bishop pair and played queen b3. When black played queen c7, defending on b7, and at some point, not immediately threatening, because you can't take rook h2, queen h2 is not good because of queen b7. So he went with g3. So don't think that he wanted to defend that pawn on h2 immediately. But sooner or later, for example, as soon as black plays knight bd7, you would anyways have to do it. He played g3, knight bd7, and he now played bishop g2. Bishop e7, castles, captured on d5, and played f3. So what's specialty about white's game like this? He just wants to break in the center with e4. By breaking in the center with e4, he would manage to open up the game in these bishops. After like b5, e4, d takes, f takes, rook goes on d1 and c5. This is a current position. White enjoys definitely open diagonals with his bishops, although his pawns on d4 and e4 are kind of shaky, and they could possibly be taken as a weaknesses if this guy knows what to do. So let's move on to the next one. Daniel Fernandez against Vlad Kovalev. So this was Scandinavian defense. I just have to say, after I publish out my Butchered the Scandinavian soon, it's gonna be out within like a month from now, I don't think there will be many of these Scandinavians anymore. So queen d8, yes, d4, nice, knight f3, nice, on bishop g4, h3, nice, queen f3, nice, and on this one I suggested 3 moves in my course: bishop f4, g4, and bishop e3. He went for bishop e3. It's one of the most solid options. Absolutely the most critical here is g4, and I believe it should kill this variation with the white pieces, because you sack the pawn, you enjoy the bishop pair, you want to kick that knight away, and you on any queen d4 want to play like g5, knight d5, knight e4, bishop d2, long castle, and kill your opponent this way. This was a very brave opening choice by Daniel Fernandez to play a Scandinavian and even queen d8 fourth move. Although Kovalev played bishop e3, which is solid, but I don't think it's the most challenging for black. Bishop d3. I gave both of these moves with short and long castle in the course, and I don't know, yeah, short castle is Navara's approach, in my opinion, a little bit better. Ivic played against Bogosavljevic in Serbian Championship. Long castle was a little bit better, but blundered something and lost the game. So after castles, g6. Looks like hyper solid, and it's aimed against the activity of the light square bishop. What does white have to do in this position? He removed that knight from c3. He now wants to unleash c4 in the center, and he wants to break with d5. Why? Because he enjoys the bishop pair, and he just needs to open up the game somehow. Definitely, black looks very solid in this type of game. Let's go with the next game. And next game is Vokatura against Jan Subel. It's absolutely the same what happens in the game Safarli against Gelfand. So Vokatura also opted for Rossalimo, took, played b3, d3, played knight bd2, and here Jan Subel played d6 and d5. The whole plan with the d6 and e5 is aimed against bishop on c1, so it can go on b2. And you now, when you play e5, just want to even maybe be someone who's going to break it on the queen side with f5. After knight c4, knight g6, bishop g5, f6, bishop d2, bishop e6, h4. By now, you already know that the knights on g6 should be kicked away with h4 and h5. d5, knight to e3, because eventually you should be happy to keep on, you know, like exchanging pieces like this, and that way just improving your pieces. Okay, next one, Kuzubov, Samonenkov. Kuzubov, Samonenkov looks like Queen's Gambit accepted without queens. So it was Queen's Gambit accepted. It was that line where knight c6, a3, a6, d takes c5, and Kuzubov probably thinks what other, you know, like experienced guys did in the past couple of days. I'm playing against talented kid. He should be great with tactics. Let me just play positionally. So he goes knight bd2, castles, bishop b2, rook d8, knight to b3. Absolutely fine position for both. Tersahan Gokerkan, what's this? This was h6. This is interesting system. It's aimed against bishop g5 by white. So after like bishop h6, g3, now bishop g2, they went into some sort of what else by Catalan. So after a3, he won the bishop pair, brought his bishop back, knight back here to play and to unleash with e4, played c4, and in general, play by Tersahayan is very logical because he keeps on improving on his position by opening up game fully because somehow this way he's just making his bishops more and more active. Okay, what is this? Bernatsky, Thomas Kraus, looks like a great position for Bernatsky. So Thomas Kraus went for modern Philidor, knight f3 and h3. It's interesting. Here, I'm of opinion that absolutely the best move and the modern approach by white is rook g1 followed by g4. Although Bernatsky had something else up his sleeve, h3 followed by d takes, bishop c4, castles, and a4 where he gets some space. After b3, he wants to do bishop a3. He did it. He forced his opponent to do c5, which absolutely closed the dark square bishop and also created weaknesses on b5 and d5. After knight b5, b6, knight d6, this now looks absolutely great for the white. Thomas Kraus has lots of problems because his opponent enjoys a lot more space and he's definitely doing a lot better in this position. Okay, next one, Gorstein Iskandarov. Gorstein played some sort of Botvinnik system. So c4, knight c3, g3, e4. Did he play that? No, he played e3, d3, played now h3, knight e5, e4, and went with the knight g and e2 after bishop a1. They just have this absolutely unclear game where both of these sides should be satisfied with the opening outcome. White, because he plays some sort of Botvinnik system that absolutely looks fine for white. Black, that went for rook b8, a6, and b5, and he's just doing good on the queen side as well. Okay, in the game was g4, so this type of move definitely announces like a great and very attractive game. Then Sadikov against Chanel. Sadikov is definitely doing better in that position. It was English opening. Then they transposed. If you don't play d4, then you never transpose into Catalan. So played b3, b6, bishop b2, and he didn't want to play d4. Now he did. So he plays some sort of Catalan. This guy captured by knight. Played rook e1, wants to go with e4, eventually went for it, played queen e2, and would be very interesting to see why not queen takes d4, I guess because of knight d5, threatening the bishop on queen on d4, and apart from threatening this queen on d4, he also threatens the bishop and the knight on e5. So this is what would happen if he captured that knight. After bishop c5, rook to d1, queen e7, knight a4, white definitely, this a5 makes perfect sense. With a5, he shuts off the activity of the bishop on b2, and also deactivating the light square bishop on g2. So it's a nice positional move e5, and rook f to d8. Nice position. White looks a little bit better, mainly thanks to the bishop pair. But I don't see problems for black at least not the big problems, but definitely if I had to choose side, I would definitely choose white pieces. So Vrnjacka against Babazada looks like a very interesting opening, something that we saw in similar to Sarana's approach a few days ago. Babazada Hazar played knight f6, and then all of a sudden Vrnjacka bishop b5. Wow, what a move. We don't see this move against Sicilian that often. So after bishop b5, bishop d7, plays c4, and he plays some sort of Moscow defense from very weird order of moves. And what's happening there? After like bishop d7, knight bd7, f3, rook c8, b3, h5, castles, bishop a3, queen d2, knight c3, and just like you see, white enjoys more of a space, and his position isn't looking bad at all, because if you have to choose a side, it should be definitely white, because he's got a very, very nice space advantage. Also, a logical development. This definitely should be a type of position white should be happy with. Paravian against Kozakovsky. We'll get back, but let me just see something. This is, which board is this? Paravian Kozakovsky. It's the 35th. So let's go and check a few more games there, and then I want to check some. Let's go with 2 more games there, and then get back to these top games. So Paravian against Kozakovsky, Caracan advanced French, knight f3. Paravian didn't want to play the most and I'd say hottest variation against Caracan, connected with Tal's variation with early h4. So after knight f3, e6, okay, and so the thing is bishop f5, bishop e2, knight e7, one of the most solid variations by white, bishop e3, a5, rook e1, queen c1, and position looks for sure. In all these positions, I remember ever since I was coaching Eric Hansen, all these positions always seem to be, because of space, better for white. A tiny bit better, but it's enough, and white is the one who's pushing for a win in this type of games. Okay, so the thing is, after queen c1, we're now waiting for black's move. Denis Kadric. Denis played something that I'm enjoying here. It's h4, Tal's variation against Caracan. I can immediately see it. h4, bishop d3, b4. Yes, we saw that in Svane Rasmus game from yesterday. And after queen b4, knight d2, e6, rook b1, queen e7, c4. This is the second game we're seeing in this variation with this one. So after like c4, knight h6, knight e2, knight f5. So after knight f5, he went for knight f3. That's one option. If you remember yesterday, Svane played knight g3. And I showed you line with knight h4, knight e4, and so on, some crazy analysis. Here, Denis played knight f3, played castle. By the way, I played against one fm knight f3, and when the guy played something like queen d7, I just played something like castles, bishop e7, and played bishop g5. This is Polish GM, what's his name? Dariusz Sverc. He was world junior champion. He played a game like this, and I also won a game. He won that game, and this is a relatively nice system. In this game, Denis played knight f3, queen c7. His opponent went for, and after this played bishop g5. Just like you see, Denis is happy to open up the f-file. So if you open the f-file after knight g3, f takes, f7 is hanging, you never have this, because you can go, I don't know, with even some, even queen to d3 or whatever, when they go g6, rook takes f7, for example, rook f7, queen g6, and then some queen e6, and you just have to destroy this guy doing some kinds of tactics like this. But the thing is, after like knight g3, this guy goes knight b6, and it's white's turn, so it's Denis' turn. Probably he should be going with the queen on c2, not to put it on the open file on d3, and on the c2 he's just going to create pressure against the knight on f, but not on c2. On c2, d4 is hanging, I apologize. So definitely here, if that's the case, then queen goes on d3. Queen goes on d3, and he just has to, we gotta keep in mind that they don't have an easy g6 because of knight e4 threatening knight f6. But okay, a little bit more about these a little bit later. Let's get back, we've checked like top 40 games. Let's get back to Korobov against Ponomariov. Korobov, Ponomariov, absolutely the most important game today. Anton Korobov, who's so far doing great, just like Ruslan Ponomariov. This is Ukrainian derby, and we're just having here a very, very lovely type of the game for white. Why do I like this for white? I like it because b file is in white's control. He's got that pawn on c5 that could be possibly dangerous. He's got a battery, queen c2, bishop d3, so black cannot sit and wait. They have to commit themselves with h6, g6, or f5, most likely f5, because on g6 even bishop g6 could be interesting. But okay, he doesn't want to make a draw here, so maybe not like that, because after bishop g6, h6, queen g6, I don't see a way for white to continue with the attack. So maybe g6 could be an interesting move for Ponomariov. Second thing, if f5, you just, well, f5 is also interesting, because f5, knight e5 is not an option. Yeah, exactly. f5, knight e5 is not an option, and they can just even go with some g5, g4, or some bishop f6, or even some f4. This is interesting, and even though at first glance I like this position so much for white, I gotta be honest and to say that I kind of see some counter chances for black as well. I can see g5, g4. I can see f4. Possibly, I don't know, possibly some bishop d7, bishop e8, bishop h5. But somehow it's not looking bad at all, even though white enjoys space, even though white has this possibly dangerous passed pawn on c5, this is still not so easy, and after f5, black seems okay. Next one, Gelfand drew. So Safarli against Gelfand, they drew the game. It's very interesting, and let's just see what happened in that game. Whereas Gelfand That's very smart. When you play like half of the tournament, you're black. He's taking advantage of his legendary status, and he just says, okay, I'm black. I'm willing to get a draw with the black pieces. I just want to have a rest day, and then I want to push with white. That's clever. So after b takes, d3, knight e7, knight b2, d6, e5, we've stopped here, a4, knight f5, knight f1, knight g3, capturing everything, and after queen b6, whereas Gelfand was the one who offered a draw. Very interesting game, very interesting, and I'd say pretty smart decision by Gelfand. Here we're analyzing a boring type of obstacle, a bishop's middle game, but I already said this is an end game, so this is going to be a draw. I immediately told you that this was going to be a draw. Sarana drew against Yargus Peshak, Brkichante against Cheparinov. We analyzed this game, stopped around the moment, around the 20th move, and just like you see, this position and this game hasn't improved so much because they're just taking for every single move like a good amount of time afterwards. Okay, the thing is, what's the next one? Etienne Bachar against Svane Frederick. 7 pawns for black, 7 for white. Somehow Etienne Bachar enjoys healthier pawn structure. This guy has like 3 pawn islands, absolutely broken pawn structure, and this is like a very, very nice game for positionally. Looks a little bit better for white, for sure, and this is going to be pretty much, from practical point of view, difficult defense by black. Okay, Santos Latas against Azarov. Azarov is doing well here. Bishop on a2 still cannot breathe. So will Latasa be able to open it up somehow? But seemingly equal type of game. Levajic Leon against Neguanu. Levajic played king c2. Somehow I was talking about his pretty good tournament so far, his good opening preps. I am not impressed with his opening prep in this game. He's white. With the white pieces against guys like Neguanu, you always have to look for something or some positions with a little bit more of these sparkles, because he enjoys positional gains where he just, you know, like can squeeze you down somehow. Okay, so what else do we have there? What else do we have in this position? Black looks fine here. I mean, it's not that I'm saying that white has problems, but the thing is that he was white and he probably was expecting something more from the opening. Volodar Murzin against Gladura, he won that pawn on a7. He's going to play for knight b5. This is going to be, for sure, it's going to be very close to draw. Abbasov Nijat Nasuta, they drew the game even earlier. So now we have Kurkolos against Svane Erasmus. This is better. From practical point of view, this is better for white because black now has problems how to reposition his pieces and what to do with the knight on b8. So with 2 rooks on the A and B files, with the knight on a5, with a good bishop on g2, from practical point of view, when I say practical point of view, I say maybe engines will say it's around equal. But when you play a game like this, from black's perspective, it's not so easy because you see problems and you just spend a lot more time during these games, and it's not easy at all. Then we have Kukmazov against Darda. Kukmazov is doing great so far in the tournament. He's enjoying here more space, healthy type of position. He's better. Emre Can against Kuparadze. I told about this guy, and I told about his really, really weird style. But with his style, he's just beating up everyone. So far, so Kuparadze is doing great. He's up 2 pawns, and this is not going to be an easy job for Emre Can to come up with some sort of defense in this game, especially considering the fact that he was white. Clemente Sichev against Anton Giharo. Giharo played King's Indian. I already spoke about that game, and this looks a game with mutual chances, but if somebody has a little bit better position, mainly due to space, it should be white. This knight c2 prevents a3 at any point, prevents knight b4 at any point, and because of these things, white is better. Navara against Pultinevicius. Navara enjoys more space. He played that difficult move rook f4. Now you threaten g4 to win the piece, and you can play queen g6 because of knight h4, and you can play queen e6 because of knight d4. So it's very interesting that in this position, black has lots of practical problems, maybe just some g5, and if you play g5, you just weaken position around your king. So Navara's rook f4 move was highly unexpected, but it looks very, very dangerous for black player. Okay, let's go to next one. Lobanov, Jules Mussar. Well, I told you that Lobanov should be a little bit better thanks to the bishop pair, and the fact that he has this bishop pair means that he has to open up the game somehow. Predke Dvirny. Predke is a little bit better in a game like this, but you know what? I believe that when I said that he won't take on e4 for sure, and I said I was claiming that 100%, I was wrong. He took on e4. So he took on e4. I said he for sure won't take on e4 and play up a pawn against the bishop pair. That's exactly what he did. So sometimes, you see, I'm completely wrong. So after like rook f4, c5, knight e3, bishop takes, wants to, he's now clever enough to offer his opponent to trade the queens off, because his up opponent with one stone, he would kill two birds. He would trade off pieces thoroughly, and he would kill the bishop pair in this guy's game. After this, queen e2, this is the game, and it's interesting. It's interesting as a concept. So he opted to get the pawn, and afterwards to just say, okay, now I'm ready to play a game because I'm up a pawn. You gotta claim the compensation. Interesting one. Next one, Sipenko, Kacharava. You remember when I showed you this game? So after queen c7, Sipenko took on g7, played knight f5. We had this position on the board. Sipenko is dead winning. Kacharava's king is weak. Sipenko got both of these pawns back, and now he just has to finish him off. This is going to be a beautiful game if he just finds enough tactical resources. Somebody said that Sipenko had played same game without two pawns versus Kamer recently. Could be. So this is Sipenko's game, and here White is just doing great. Actually, he's completely winning. It's so obvious. Here, Šarić won two pieces. Two pieces for rook and two pawns. He just played this move rook to c3, so it's going to be a long-lasting game against Guliev. Shevchenko. Shevchenko has a little bit better activity of his pieces. Threatens to take on b7, threatens to bring the rook all the way to e1. It's a little bit better for white. Yannick Igor against Nair has a relatively easy type of the game. And okay, but why didn't he play b5? I just don't know. Probably he didn't want to allow e5, right? So here, after knight d7, b4, bishop e7, he played f4. So he was fighting against e5 rather than breaking with this, and makes sense, because if b5, this guy would play e5, e3, and probably would go with e takes and bishop f6 or bishop f6 straight away. Okay, So that's what we had in that game, f4, this one, and it now looks unclear. This is Borochovsky against Nils Grandelius. Relatively typical Taimanov game. He's got an open c file, possible queenside action coped with b4. That's why Borochovsky is actually hesitating with a long castle, but White is definitely up in terms of his development. Injic against Halkias, nothing. Injic just played bishop to a3, normal type of game. Doesn't look anything that special for either of the side, so it's going to be a long fight. This is Yilmaz Erbil against Rakhmanov Deidro. Petrosian, we checked this game and he's just a bit better. Shan Sargsyan, he opens up the game for his bishops, and that's what makes his position being a little bit better. Kovalev against Daniel Fernandez. Kovalev, yeah, he played c4, he enjoys the bishop pair, he enjoys a little bit more space, but it's not gonna be an easy job to play this and win it, because, for example, if bishop h4, he's gonna play g5, bishop g3, knight takes e4, and that's one option. Then another option is not to do anything but to sit and wait. So, okay, Kovalev enjoys a little bit better control of the center, but it's far from being so easy. Vocaturo against Jan Subel. Vocaturo is looking better because of better control of the center. His last move is playing like d takes c4. He just took that pawn, and Subel sacrifices a pawn for opening up the game for his bishops because they were restricted. Kuzubov against Samonenkov. This is exactly the type of the game that Kuzubov wanted to play against this young Ukrainian kid. Tersahayan against Goker Khan. Another game where White is just attempting to go with the bishop pair and open type of the game. Kraus against Bernatsky. It all the time was looking a lot better for White. It looks even a lot better now, but there is still some F words to be done in this one. But it's looking better. Then Gorstein Iskandarov. Gorstein plays a very nice opening. I know because I used to play these positions with black. Somehow you do everything. You manage to reposition that knight via e8, c7, e6 to control the d4, and still White has an easy plan, and somehow they just penetrate and have an easier type of the game on the king side. From practical point of view, this is a very annoying type of the game from Black's perspective. So White always, in my opinion, is more dangerous in these positions. Sadikov Chanel, it's a little bit better game for Sadikov because of the bishop pair. It's a little bit better, it's a lot better maybe for Asadli because the light square bishops are off. So this guy just plays Marozzi defense without the light square bishop. Do you know what does it mean? It means fantastic position for him. Then we have Paravian against Kozakovsky. Paravian played that advanced Karakan with knight f3, bishop e2. He enjoys more space and he's doing good. Denis Kadric is, he keeps on improving on his game. He's down on exchange. We gotta check this game. We gotta check this game because he did some very nice things there. So after knight g5, knight d7, solidifying his position with knight b6 and knight d5, knight g3, Denis' opponent Rad Samadov played knight b6. Denis played knight takes e6. What a move. What a move. So if knight c4, knight c7, taking on a8 and taking on b7, this guy played queen d7, then he sacrificed an exchange. Took on f5, you can't take by queen because of knight g7. And after this, jump with the knight on d6. What a lovely exchange sac. Okay, so this is like a real thing. And let's just go with one more game there. I just want to, before we make a break, because I've been talking without any breaks for almost 2 hours. Kuparadze seems to be, he keeps on improving his game against Emrecan. He also plays faster, he plays very annoying, and I told you, watch out on this guy, he's like really doing good, and he's for some reason undeservedly lower rated than he should be. That's one thing. And another thing, let's just take a look at probably most exciting game, Sipenko against Kacharava. Sipenko played queen e4, he's completely winning. He defends on e5 and sends a message, if you take on e5, I always can recapture my bishop. When you play like a rook here, what can he do in a game like this? Bishop g7, and after king f7, then knight h6, and then you win a queen on e6. So that's what he's threatening, to play bishop g7 and to win the game. Very nice move by Sipenko. He's completely winning. We knew about that, and now we just have to see what's gonna happen after that. I'll be back in well, I can't say in how many minutes, but hope that you're satisfied with the first part of the coverage after these theoretical fights. Okay, guys, see you in see you. The European Championship 2023, and today I have a big privilege to introduce you one of the strongest young players in the world, Andrei Sipenko. Andrei, welcome.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your fantastic fast win today.
Thank you.
Within almost 1 hour, you were like completely winning. What happened there?
I think it's because of the preparation. I knew this line, and I think he just blundered with the move f6, and yeah, after this it's just completely lost.
Yeah, we've been analyzing your game patiently. After b3, we said that you sacrificed that second pawn on d4 and that you were going for compensation. So you were expecting like that kind of a crazy game, but certainly not that f6 mistake so early.
I didn't really expect this line because he doesn't have many games. Like last year, he played a few tournaments, so I didn't have enough information. So I just repeated some lines, and actually this line I remember very well because maybe 1 week ago or 2 weeks ago I played a tournament in Düsseldorf, and Vincent Kamer played this line against me, but he like mixed up the move order, and I also got completely winning. Yes, and
there was a guy, a spectator here, who said the same. He said he played exactly the same position, but without taking those two pawns on d4 and b3 or something like that.
No, Kamer took these pawns, yeah. But instead of queen b6, he played knight d5. That was a mistake, and after this, it's also just.
You seem to have very good experience in Kevin.
Yes.
Would you mind sharing your thoughts about the game with us?
Yeah. So yeah, d4. Okay, this is a theory. b5. It's like for black, it's like only moves here. b3 he has to take. Queen b3. Queen d4. Yeah, this is like a force line. Queen c5. Yeah. So until this moment, everything is fine for black. And yeah, this is the critical position, I think. The main move here is knight f7, king f7 and queen f3. But after bishop f6, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, probably bishop f6. I don't remember how to play, but I know that this is equal. It's like the engine says that it's equal, and it's also very complicated. But I wanted to play something different because probably if black plays this line, they know this move knight f6, and h4 it's like the second best move, I think. h4, yes, here c5 is the best and main move. Also, I thought f6 is very logical to play for black, but here I have some knight g5 here.
Oh la la!
Yes, knight g5, and it's always almost winning for white here, because if he takes this knight, I have queen f3, I guess. It says that I'm losing, but I don't believe I'm winning here.
We don't believe this engine,
definitely. Yes, this is very bad engine. And if he takes here, I take here, it's winning, I suppose. So I knew that knight g5 is actually winning. So c5 is the main move here, what he played, knight g5, yeah? And here I remember there is two moves. The main move, like two main moves. Knight b4, queen b1, bishop g2, king g2, and here f6. Maybe that was what he wanted to play, but he forgot to play knight b4 at first. And here I don't really remember how to play, or knight g6 I thought, or knight h7, and then some crazy lines here. And yeah, when I analyzed it, I thought that it's very dangerous for black to go to this position, because king is very weak. I always have some attack, some initiative. So yeah, and also c4 is a move. Queen c2, knight b4, and here queen b1, and yeah, here is the same position here, and also I have knight g6 or knight h7. I don't remember exactly what to play, but I was like very confident that I always have some attacking chances. Yeah, but he plays this f6 move. Yeah, I think he just forgot to play knight b4 to exchange these bishops and then f6. Maybe he knew this line, but just mixed
He
up.
definitely remembered some f6 at some
Yes,
point.
yes, exactly. But he clearly just missed this move, and after e5, I tried to find something for him, but I actually there is probably nothing. I thought c4 is the move, and yeah, I thought queen f3 here. He goes somewhere like maybe a7 just to, you know.
You even have queen h5 here.
Yeah, that's what I want to play. I thought that it's just completely winning this position. And
but even taking on e6, huh?
Yeah, I think everything wins here. Like I can just choose what I want, and also knight b4. Yeah, I probably can just take bishop b7.
Yeah.
And after, like, I can just take here. Just I think it's just completely lost for him also. And but he played probably the best, if there is a best move
at this point.
Yeah, I also, after queen d6, I thought I have some bishop g5, knight c7. But here I thought, like, this position, it's also completely winning for me, I guess, but it's a little bit, yeah, it's also winning, but I thought this pawns, it's a bit annoying. Why do I need to play this when I can just take here? So I saw, queen e6 here, and I couldn't, at first I couldn't find the best way, because I thought e4 is very smart here, and after knight b4, queen e2, take, I have f4, and it's, I'm crushing,
nice.
because he doesn't have this king 8, and I thought I can crush here. But the problem was, it's not a problem probably, knight f4, take, and rook g8. I thought it's a bit annoying, this.
To find some counter.
Yeah, I didn't want to give him some play. He has like queen f5 is a threat actually. And yeah, it's probably also completely winning, but it's a little bit annoying, you know? That's how you actually don't win these games. You just give some counter play and then you just fail.
But you played absolutely the best, that queen e4.
Yeah. Also I was thinking about, I thought like the easiest is to take, he takes, and knight g4 here. And
what if he takes?
Yeah, if he takes, I take, he needs to take, I take, knight d7 and rook e3 I have, and it's completely lost. Rook e3 is coming, just,
nice.
so that's it. But the problem was after knight g4, knight f4. And I also couldn't find anything, because if I take, he can't take because of queen e3, I guess, and after this I have some queen c5, and it's winning. Then I just take this bishop, and that's it. But he has some king f7. I wasn't sure about this position. I'm sure it's also completely winning, but it's a little bit uncomfortable for me, you know, like some tricks is coming and you can miss something, and yeah. So I thought that this is not the best decisions for me, And then I found this move, Queen f4. The reason I played it is I'm threatening knight g6. So, like if he plays something like rook g8, for example, I just check, and check here and take the.
That would be nice finish.
Yeah, but he, no, instead of taking here, yeah, so he doesn't have any moves. He has to take, and I'm also threatening bishop g7, so no moves for him also. So he played probably the only and the best move, and this position is just completely lost. Just nothing here.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great game. Guys, you shouldn't be forgetting the Andrei is the guy who 2 years ago beat in a classic chess in Vaikanze Magnus Carlsen. Strongest player in the history of chess. Last year he beat him in World Rapid, so that's why I actually announced him as one of the strongest, youngest players in the world. What are your plans for some tournaments in the future?
After this tournament, I'll play probably Bundesliga, but I'm not sure yet, and Austrian League maybe, and yeah, I don't know yet.
We once again hope that you're gonna break very soon 2700, maybe even in this tournament.
Yeah, I already broke it.
That's nice.
Yeah, but yeah, I have to like bounce back.
And let's just hope that once again we're gonna introduce you here as a guest, so it means one more miniature with a white or black pieces, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being with us here, and would you mind analyzing some games with us now?
Yeah, sure. So first one. Korobov is winning, yeah? Completely winning.
Korobov is completely winning.
What happened?
You can check out, he made some interesting novelty.
D3, yeah, I know this. Here, DC is the main move. DC, take, and bishop d6. I know that this is the main line. I don't know this move. C5, maybe just not the best move, right? But maybe it's some theory I just, which I don't know. B5, take, king g2.
King d2 is a novelty, they said.
Wow, but it makes sense because black's pieces are just so passive, so you can do whatever you want. Take. Yeah, this is just looks bad for black. Take, queen c2, 5. This is just bad. C5, bishop a6. But he activated his rook, yeah, with this move.
Yeah.
Right? What if he just do some of like h6 or something? H3 or?
Looks like with bishop a6 he gives him some counter chances.
Yeah, but maybe he couldn't find a way to to improve position, so he decided to take. Yeah, but he probably just did the right thing because he's a strong grandmaster. Yeah. Take rook c7, knight e5. But I don't know what's happening here. If Korobov played it, then it's probably good. So, d6. Wow.
Oh la la. Nice
D6.
tactics.
Yeah, it's just completely winning here. Oh,
This is
so
actually a beautiful game.
Yeah, this is a nice game. Yeah, just resign here. Yeah, nice game by Korobov. Yeah. Wow.
Nice one.
Nice one. Yeah. So Korobov wins. Yeah. What happened here? Yeah, this is theory. H4, H5. c4. Probably Gelfand knows everything here also.
Do you have a feeling that here, for example, at the moment when they made the draw, black is absolutely don't have any problems?
Maybe, but it's still very complicated. For example, if white castle, then knight g5 is coming.
But black played queen b6
here, yeah.
to prevent castle, yeah.
If you have queen b6.
He did it and they made a draw. So he doesn't have a castle. Maybe.
So what if d4 then bishop a6?
Yeah.
Probably.
Maybe king f2.
King f2, but then it's maybe some c5 is coming and interesting. So maybe but it's still, yeah, probably black is fine here, yeah, but I'm not sure that much better, yeah?
Yeah, I'm not even claiming that he's much better, but he's doing okay.
Yeah, here it's fine. But maybe he just decided to, because in the tournament there is no rest day. So it's nice to...
That's why you made sure to win your game in 20 moves.
Yeah, I just decided to go all in, just to crush. Yeah, probably he decided that draw is fine against Safarli. He has a lot of experience, so
yeah, absolutely.
He knows. Here, a3.
a3. I couldn't figure out the point of a3 if the guy already played bishop e7.
Wow, a3 is. I don't think it's interesting, but a3, queen c2, and then what? cd. It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. That's exactly what I said during the broadcast.
And he just offered a draw.
So it makes sense.
It makes sense to make a draw, but he could get this position like take here on like cd, ed, queen c2, yeah, and for example like this.
And be up a tempo, yeah.
Yeah, bishop d3 here instead of a3. Maybe he just mixed up some all draws here, yeah.
All draws.
Everybody's safe. So I'm coming, yeah.
So you're coming. Who's gonna be?
So nothing interesting here.
I was about to say check out that game, but that was you.
What's happening here? d5. Yeah, I know this. This is a theory. f3. He wants to play e4, and after this it's. Why not e4? Probably he takes, and bishop f4. Yeah, something like this.
But bishop e1, huh?
Bishop e1, but bishop e3.
Or even knight g4, huh?
Knight g4, wow. Knight g4 is strong, yeah, knight g4 is very strong. Yeah, maybe here. The engine, like, it's very confusing, this, what it says. I know that it's not true, but it's always you have some feelings that the engine knows something better. Yeah, rook c1. Yeah, it's 95. Rook c5 I don't have, yeah. Rook c5, bishop b4, he has rook c1, bishop b4 here. Maybe bishop b4, then knight c4 probably.
But I can take on b4.
Then I have knight c7, probably.
Knight c7, yeah, you're right, sorry.
I'm not sure that it's working. Like if you take, yeah, knight c7, you have queen b8. For example, here you can probably take.
The bishop is hanging, so it should be winning.
but I don't know how to play. This knight is trapped, so it's maybe not that easy also. 95. But the engine says that it's almost winning, yeah, for white. +1. If I just move my bishop, I don't like this move because black has.
She's gonna jump with the knight, yeah.
Yeah, it even looks better already for black. So maybe white has something concrete here. Yeah, but probably just bishop b4. Also, knight c4 is a move.
Can you play queen a queen a4?
Queen a4 then a6 just. Not only a6, but also knight d3. Yeah, so probably I think black is fine. I think this is just the engine says. Wait, can I take bishop b4 here? Queen c6, yeah? Or not? Oops. Why is this so?
I don't know.
Why is this so good for me?
I don't know. Maybe some
bishop d6, maybe. Why not?
I don't know.
This is maybe the only way to. So it's winning here. It says, yeah.
It says it's winning. Maybe knight d4, bishop b5. But it
doesn't look like.
It doesn't look like that. It doesn't look like that. Actually.
You just probably resign
No,
with white there, yeah.
But wait a sec. Knight d6, threatening bishop b5.
But queen c6, queen c7 I have. After bishop b5, like just rook d8.
Yeah, you're right. So why should it be winning?
Okay, if I play here, what would you do?
You're threatening knight c7 now.
Maybe you have this move. And
Counter.
if you take, I take, knight d2. It's very confusing. Like, I feel so stupid that I make a move and it's like.
You see, it's not easy to be a commentator. All the time without engines, you have to make these moves.
Yeah. So here it's winning, yeah? Maybe queen a4.
a6.
A6
Knight
and
c7, take on c6 and take on e8.
Yeah, maybe it's winning, right? Because probably
on queen b6. You have knight c7.
knight
still.
c7 and mate. And so maybe this is the position. I take, but you have dc, right? And that's it. Then why this move is not the best? I don't have.
Maybe king a. No, king a2 doesn't work.
Yeah, it's hanging.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
I have no idea. Yeah, probably I just have to take it.
Can you play? I was about to say queen c3, knight d6, queen c6. No, it doesn't work. I really don't know what should be the move here.
Probably it's like two options. Or the engine is stupid or it's me. So, I don't know. But okay, it's a very complicated position.
I agree.
But I think black is fine. Yeah, and there is, I don't know which game to show. Like all draws,
there is nothing special to check out here.
Yeah, it feels boring. And this positions also
just
looks very boring.
But with all these draws, now you improved a lot on the standing, so you're 4 out of 5, right?
Yeah.
Nice.
I played 3 games with white, and I made 2 draws. So with white I'm solid, and with black I'm trying to crush.
But luckily you're gonna be black tomorrow.
Yes, that's big for me.
Okay, thank you so much for being with us here. Thanks for analysis. Congratulations once again for your game, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're continuing with the analysis of the games. Would like to once again thanks to Andrei Sipenko for analyzing his game with us. He really did a great job there. He was winning already after like 1 hour, and you could hear one very big advice from him. This is how you not win, or sometimes even lose these games, because you all the time have to keep the concentration and play top till the end of the game. So that was a very important advice, because you always have to absolutely keep the focus on your games, concentration, and it's never you know, like game finished until your opponent resigns. That's such an important thing to remember. Okay, we could have seen Andrei's game. At the same time, and actually in the meantime, Korobov made a crushing win and made a fantastic game against Ponomariov. Okay, now we can just talk about like Ponomariov had at some point some better moves, but still Korobov made a fantastic tactical game. Novelty when he took by king, played on the queen side. Afterwards, Ponomariov maybe missed his chances in 1 or maybe 2 moments, but definitely Korobov, just like Dragan Sholek said, is an extremely dangerous player. So right now we have quite an interesting situation, since Safarli drew against Gelfand and Korobov won. We have like a big number of players with the 4 points, including Andrei Sipenko, whose game we just analyzed. Only guy with the 4.5 points is Safarli. So tomorrow we already have like Safarli against Korobov, I guess, because Korobov is 5, Safarli is on 4.5, and then we have like a whole bunch of players with the 4 points. So this is gonna be a very interesting thing. I'd like, once again, we just checked that game of Korobov and Ponomariov, so I'd like to once again show you what happened there. That was a beautiful game. Andrei analyzed it for you guys, but he really did a great job. Knight c3, bishop b4, queen a4 check, knight c6, and played a3. And you could have you could hear his thoughts on this position. He said, I know that the d takes c4 should be the move for black here. That's what Sipenko said at this point. And instead of going with d takes c4, Ponomariov first brought his bishop back to d6. The thing is, after like d takes c4, bishop c4, bishop goes on d6, then he wouldn't have that c5 possibility and all that initiative on the queen side. In that case, black would just play for e5 break in the center, and we would get a game like this. This is quite an interesting moment of the game, and this is what you need to keep like very important there. The thing is, he went with bishop d6 straight away. Korobov played c5 and played b4. After this moment, we just have to say that looks like he enjoys like queenside space. Black lacks this counter possibility with e5, because he would easily take that pawn on e5. And here Ponomariov played knight e4. Once again, a little bit surprising was after knight takes d2, he recaptured by king on d2. That was amazing move, because it looks like black doesn't have a possibility to take advantage of the king being on d2. And I believe it was one of the crucial moments here. So after Ponomariov played knight b8, possibly going with the knight d7, knight f6 and knight e4, Korobov played bishop d3. He made sure that even if he wanted to go with knight e7, knight f6, he wouldn't be able to go with the knight e4 afterwards. After like c6, played rook a b1, bishop takes b5, and after this, rook f c1. After f6, he wanted to take advantage of e5 square. He maybe even thinks at some point, not immediately, of breaking with e5, but here Korobov played bishop d3, followed by queen c2, threatening on h7. When black went for f5, he now played knight b5 and played that queen c3. He overprotects square e5 with the queen. He prevents knight a5 followed by knight c4, and at the same time he made a great strategic decision. He jumped with the knight on d6, sacrificed that pawn for getting full control over the b file, c file, and e5 outpost. So here he played that rook b6, pinning the queen and threatening just knight e5 next. So when Ponomariov played queen d8, played queen c5. And here, absolutely shocking. So take a look at the next couple of moves, because it's certainly one of the best games in this tournament. Korobov played bishop a6. Here, Andrei said that bishop a6 looks interesting from practical point of view, but at the same time, he's just opened the rook on a8 and threatens that pawn on a2, which is possibly a problem afterwards. But Ponomariov played rook c7, and I guess after knight e5, he couldn't touch the knight because rook is just hanging there. So after he played knight e5, Ponomariov played that queen h4. I guess after king e1, position got absolutely complicated, but the real problem came now. He captured on h2. He captured on h2 and threatened that queen g1 check, and he put all his hopes into that move and absolutely forgot about this one wasn't a problem. Problem was that after queen g1, king e2, queen takes c1, boom, rook takes c6. He removes the knight that was defending d8, penetrating square on d8, and that was just mate on d8. What a fantastic tactics on the first board. Korobov is absolutely doing amazing in this tournament so far. Ponomariov played queen b2, king found its place there, and now he played rook c7. So after rook a6, played rook c8 and mated Ponomariov. Fantastic game by Korobov, great game by Sipenko, sacrificed 2 pawns in Catalan to win very easy and nice game against Kacharava. So now we're just analyzing the rest of these games. Most of these games were drawn. So we're just checking the game. Let's go with this. Navara against Pultinevicius. So this is current position. It's a rook endgame. Navara looks completely winning here. He's got 2 pawns on the 7th rank. He's got a pawn on the 7th rank as well. So I believe for a player of his level and technique, this shouldn't be a problem. For all of you who are just wondering, hey, what's happening if rook d8 or rook b8, none of these moves work. Because if you play rook d8, he takes on c7 and equalizes on the spot. So if you take on c7, he takes on d8. And vice versa. If he takes on f8, he takes on b7. And if you play rook b8, absolutely the same trick appears. So just like you see, Pultinevicius played g6, and the position looks completely winning, but he just has to find some technical moves to win this endgame. So once again, none of the seemingly most logical and tempting moves, such as rook d7 and rook b7, don't seem to be working here. We're just going to carry on analyzing these games. Okay, this one should be technically winning for him. Neguanu against Levajic. Yeah, Neguanu, he likes those type of games. I repeated that so many times throughout this tournament. He enjoys a little bit more space. He can squeeze out his opponent with g5, g4, g5, king, g6, king, f5, and stuff like that, improving his game. He can even go with some b5, c5 if needed. Black looks better in a game like this. Black looks better because he's got lots of, I'd say, initiative resources in seemingly equalish type of position, but I just said seemingly equalish, it's not equal at all. And if someone can push here for a win, that only could be black. Then we have Murzin, Gladura was drawn, Nijet Abasov drawn, Korkolos Arditis against Svane. This guy keeps on pressuring Svane with the white pieces. I was talking about this game earlier. I said that I like that rook on a1, I like rook on c5, bishop on e4, pretty restricting knight on a5. White looks better from practical point of view, and black has to make so many precise moves in order to defend himself. That definitely should be the case. Okay, so white is a little bit better in this one. Kukmazov drew against Darda. That's okay. Kwaparadze Giga won against Emre Can. Very, very nice win by black. It was relatively easy because early in the game he got into a better position, so he played the Taimanov defense. Emre Can opted for one of the most critical variations against this line. And after queen d2, d5, knight e5, d takes e4, played bishop c5. This could be assessed as one of the turning points in the game because bishop c5 looks okay, but it didn't give anything that special to white in the game. So the thing is, after bishop c5, knight d5, bishop f8, king f8, knight e4, he just played b6 to finally finish and complete his development. After bishop b7, he absolutely had control of this game. After bishop to g2, knight c3, bishop b7, knight d1, and in these mutual complications, looks like Kuparadze won those two pawns on f2 and g4 and got into a completely winning position. So this tactical sequence didn't go well for Emre Can, and that's why he lost this game. Nice win by black here. Then we have Clementi Sichev against Anton Giharo. I already spoke about one of my games where I sacrificed this rook on f4. White shouldn't be thinking of taking this rook on f4. It looks like one of the possibilities always, but it always turns out to be better for black than for white. So that's not an option, but I believe that Clementi Sichev also made like a pretty good, I'd say, defensive mode here with the white pieces. But from practical point of view, I absolutely don't see any problems for King's Indian player in a game like this. Let's go with the next one. Navara Pultinevicius, we analyzed it. Navara haven't made a move yet. So the thing is, after like, we analyzed this game with Andrei and let's just see what's happening there. The thing is, in the game went a little bit different from our analysis. In the game was e4, and after a6, bishop f4, d takes, and now it's Lobanov's turn. It's his turn. Probably he's gonna take on e4 by bishop, and he has these powerful bishops on e4 and f4. That's one thing. What do we have there? Predke against Vrnjacka. Predke is looking a lot better. He's extremely good in this practical chess. It doesn't look that dangerous out of the openings whenever we analyzed his games, like last couple of days, but then somehow in middle games he always outplays them and take the full point. This is very nice position for white, objectively speaking, with that bishop on c3, with the weak position for the king on g8, with a pawn on the 7th rank. This looks like much better and maybe even practically winning for white. We analyzed game between Sipenko and Kacharava. So Ivan Šarić against Namig Guliev. Ivan Šarić enjoys 2 pieces for the rook and 2 pawns. It's a very interesting fight here. So knight c3. This is knight c3. Black takes on c3, and let's just take a look. Will Ivan take by pawn, bishop, or rook? I believe very interesting could be by pawn, because no, sorry. If pawn takes, then b5. So it's way better to go with, then what else by bishop? Bishop takes c3. He keeps on threatening on b6, but on that one, then b5. Wait a sec. What happens after b takes c3, b takes c3, b5, a4? Nothing seems to be happening here. It's just bad. So I have to apologize for this one. So after like knight c3, definitely this one has to be the reaction. And then they go just with b5. And I guess then he just sets his bishop on d4 and controls everything. Looks from practical point of view once again better for white, but yeah, he captured by bishop. I don't see anything but b5 for black. And then Šarić is the one who's pushing here for a win, and this was a pretty nice opening prep, and he knew what was he doing from the very early stage of the game. Shevchenko against Gabrielescu. It's all the time better for Shevchenko because of better activity of his pieces. Yannick Igor against Nair. It was a really cool position for white most of the time, but right now it looks that Nair equalized, and he doesn't have any problems here. Borukhovsky against Nils Grandilius. Grandilius, as usual, lots of excitement on the board. Black absolutely looks fine here. He's the one who ran up initiative, and I definitely have to say that this looks just great for black. After king a1, I'm just thinking of some 4 sequences. What if bishop takes e4? Does it work? Just out of curiosity here. Bishop e4, and if they take by rook, for example, then I take on c4, and I'm just going with this. In case of pawn takes, once again the rook takes e4. So bishop e4 could be an interesting move. Let's see what is he gonna go for. But bishop e4 in Nils Grandilius' game looks like something very, very interesting. That's what's happening in this game. So he's the one who's in the driver's seat here. He's the one who's letting up initiative, and we're just waiting for some of his bishop e4 and rook takes e4 moves. But wait a sec, in the game was king a1. No, wait a sec, bishop is, yeah, bishop takes b4. Let's just see what happened in the game. Did he play? Yeah, he did play bishop e4. So he did play bishop e4, nice. So we're just providing some real analysis here, and that's a good thing because most of these things we're still seeing when it comes to tactics. A bishop takes e4, threatening rook takes e4, and now Nils Grandilius seems to be completely winning. Nice one. Let's go for the next one. Indjic drew against Stelios Halkias. Even at the moment when he drew the game, it looks a little bit more pleasant for black. Yilmaz Erli drew Rakhmanov. Manuel Petrosian against Rasulov Ugarits, round drawn. Sargsyan Shant drew his game. Kovalev against Daniel Fernandez didn't take advantage of the Scandinavian opening by black. Vakatura drew against Subel. Kuzubov is slowly but surely making some pressure against Samonenkov. So he's now threatening to, at some point, to kick that knight away from d5 and jump with the knight on b6. So that's his intention in this game, and that's what he wants to do. Okay. Okay, so the thing in this position is that we just want to go with they just go with knight c4 and e4. That's why he played g3, so he can now play e4 without knight f4 for black. So this looks, I just have to say, this is a very unpleasant type of position for black. Especially we just have to keep in mind two more things. Kuzubov is older than Samonenko with much more experience. He certainly should be better in this type of queenless type of middle games than black. And he's also squeezing him out, grinding him down in a game like this. So somehow he made a great practical decision to trade those queens off and to go for something like this. Very, very nice game so far by Kuzubov. Tersakhan drew against Gokher Khan, while Vrnjacka is playing against Thomas Kraus, and he seems to be completely winning. He's down a piece. The thing is, he's probably taking his time whether he's supposed to go with f4 or bishop e5. He played bishop e5, and after rook d7, I guess a simple move. Bishop f4 is winning. Because of bishop f4, you just take on e7, and bishop g3, you take on e8 first. So I believe this one wins. Bishop f4, and he just resigns, because if he takes by queen, we take, and it's winning. If he takes the bishop, you just take on e7, and when they take, you first give check in your upper rook. So bishop f4, I believe it's immediately dead lost for this guy. So will Vrnjacka play bishop f4 fast or not? And bishop f4 just seems to be winning completely. Yeah, I don't understand this rook d7 move, but anyways, if he captured, rook takes e5 would be completely winning for Vrnjacka anyways. So he played rook to d7. We're just waiting on his move. It's white to move in that position. And once again, we're expecting bishop f4 with an immediate resignation by black. So let's just see. To be honest with you, I'm finding pretty good tactics today. Most of these positions, yeah, bishop f4, let's go. So most of these tactical sequences we're just finding good in this live broadcasting, which is very important because, as you know, my approach, we don't use engines. So that's the thing. We don't want to use engines, and that's why it's always. And do you know how do I keep up with all these sharp analysis? I play lots of bullet. So I gotta do this bullet, so I gotta be sharp enough for you guys. Okay, let's go with the next game. This is now completely winning, and yeah, Vrnjacka just won, so he won that game. Gorstein against Iskandarov. That was a pretty interesting assessment by myself. I said that all the time these positions seem to be easier for playing with the white pieces because they know how to play these games, but I guess I was wrong. This looks completely winning for, sorry, not completely. It looks better for black, and looks like I came up with the wrong assessment here because black absolutely opposed all the white strats successfully. That bishop on a1 doesn't look active, bishop on g2 as well. So this is a very, very nice position for black. The next game is Sadikov beat Chanal. I told you that his position looked great. Chanal, who was 3 out of 3, now he made 2 losses. Yesterday he lost against Korobov. Today he lost against Sadikov Ulvi. You remember that we analyzed this position at this moment and that I told you that white should be a little bit better because of the bishop pair. That from positional point of view, e5 made some sense because he just closed the bishop on b2 and at the same time made that bishop on g2 looking not that active and not that good. But still, it didn't bring him any luck in that position, and look what's happening here. So the thing about this position is that after like f4, which made perfect sense for white because he just opens up the game. Rook d2, rook d2, h5, knight c3, knight e4, queen d1, queen goes behind the rook, queen e1, knight e6. In this mutual maneuvering, white was the one who was performing better. He grabbed the pawn, came up with once again queen behind the rook, came up with h4 and h5, and here after bishop d5, he really won this game in a nice style. A very nice game and a pretty nice and easy win by white here. Let's go with Asadli against Babazada. Asadli seems to be completely winning. This is Azeri derby. Asadli played. So Asadli is up a rook. He's up a rook for 4 pawns. And according to, you know, like basics, there should be enough compensation for black. But unfortunately for black, there is no compensation here since these knights, they just hold an amazing blockade on e4 and f3 against these pawns. Bishop on g7 seems to be shutted off. d-file is in white's control, so white is in full control of the game. Then we have Paravian against Kozakovsky. Paravian is doing good. He's doing good. At first glance, his position looks very nice. You know my expression from practical point of view, but take a look at the queen on b8. Take a look at that queen on b8 because queen on b8 seems to be out of the game. And now all Paravian has to do in this type of the game, he just has to go for kingside attack and initiative. He might be going with a queen h5, might be going with the knight g5, even at some point knight f6. Black needs to somehow take his time to defend this position. So definitely, if you ask me, I'd say that this really, really looks good for white. And once again, that from practical point of view, because he can go with the attack. Denis Kadric completely winning against Samadov. Denis was doing a great game today. Once again, it was this most critical variation against the Karakan at the moment. Bishop d3, queen a5, b4, knight d2, rook b1, c4, and after knight h6, knight e2. It's a very nice one that after like, the thing is, after like knight e2, knight f5, knight f3, queen c7, castles, and bishop g5. So that's the point. The point is that he went with the bishop g5. So it's a very nice one to remove the bishop from there. We checked this game up to this moment. That great sacrifice with knight a6. He takes on f5, jumped on b6, played a4, rook b1. And here, he was squeezing out his opponent being down in exchange. So let's just see what happened there. So the thing is, after rook to b3, he wants to go rook f3, rook f7. This guy played rook f8, played queen b4, threatening some a5, going with a5. And after a c5, he captured, took on c5, played this d5 idea. And after that, it's white's turn, so Denis is completely winning, and he's about to finish off his opponent every moment. This is a really nice one. So let's just find some tactics here as well, because we're just finding tactics all the time. D takes, Queen H4 is not a real threat. We shouldn't be afraid of that one because of Rook H3. And then he's just played G3. I don't see anything else but Rook takes F2. Oh, Rook takes F2 doesn't work because of the Queen on C5. That's a good thing. So after like G3, this is now completely winning. Okay, so Kadric is winning. Navara there was winning, so let's just get back to that game. Leon Levajic, he's still suffering in that position, but it's still defendable. Okay. Then we have Volodar Murzin, Nasuta, Korkolos. This is now looking like a drawish type of game. Kukmazov, Kwaparadze won. Sichev, oh, this is getting completely crazy, and they're just running out of time, so we're now just checking. But this looks, as far as I'm concerned, very, very good. This Rook G5 was a very nice move by Sichev. I like it a lot, because look at this. If he takes on G5, he's gonna take on G3. So that's a very nice move. He took by Rook on G5 and H takes G5. Now Knight is hanging here, and Clement Sichev, his position now looks better than before. That Rook G5 was a fantastic resource by White. Knight is hanging. Probably if Knight, he's up an exchange now. So let's just see what happened there, because at some point it was absolutely unclear. Knight D1, Rook F4, Knight G2. He played Bishop G5. That's exactly, maybe he could have kept some sort of like tangent. So after like Rook G5, played Rook takes F3, Bishop F3, Rook F3, and Knight E1. And here he played Knight E4, Rook takes H5, and after King H7, played Queen E2. And after Rook G3, Rook G5, which was an amazing move and a resource by White, played the Rook G5 and H takes G5. Now Sichev is doing better. He's up an exchange, although this game still is ongoing, so we'll see what's going to happen there. Let's go to next one. Navara's game, he's more and more winning. He keeps on improving his game. With two rooks on the 7th rank and the pawn on the 7th rank, what can you do but to go and to push for a win with this pawn on C7? So this definitely looks great for White. But let's just see what's going to happen there, and can he really finish off his opponent? He definitely has to improve this king or a rook from E7, but basically as long as he has these rooks on the 7th rank, pawn on F7 is weak. King F3 might be a possibility, and to slowly but surely to approach and to get closer to either pawn on C7 or on B3. So this is getting a lot better for maybe even winning. Now things changed a lot. After Lobanov played Bishop E4 and Jules Mussar played F5, he missed the best move and played Bishop A3. That's interesting. So there must be some sort of tactical sequence here for Black to solve the problems in the game. So that's a very interesting one. Okay, let's carry on with this game. What do we have there? We have game between Predke and Vrnjacka. Predke he's not up a pawn anymore, but he now converted his advantage. in a pawn on the 7th rank, strong bishop on c3, and possibly he just wants to create some danger there. So rook on e5 is doing great. He threatens on g5, and this looks hardly defendable by black. For example, let me just see here. I was about to say rook g5, but it doesn't work due to rook e7. How can he keep the pawn on e7 and at the same time, how can he keep the pawn on e7 and at the same time to go with something else? Oh, maybe, just a moment. Something crossed my mind. Does rook h5 work here? And if bishop h5, queen e5, does it work? That could be a very interesting possibility at this moment, because rook h5, I'm just threatening mate. You can take on e7, bishop h5, and after queen e5, I'm threatening mate. What can they do here? How can they defend this one? What am I missing here? Maybe, do you know what? Maybe queen c3. And if b takes c3, rook e7. Sorry, I apologize. First take on, no, actually, what's the problem with this position? So looks like, I don't know, but that rook h5 looked like an interesting possibility in this position. So definitely it's very interesting. So in the game was g4. How did he play? Knight f3, g4, and it's Predke's turn. Let's see what he's gonna go with. g4 was the last move by black. He can't play rook g5 because of rook takes e7. In case of rook c5, but rook c5 doesn't bring anything. If h takes, knight h4, a simple move should also be pretty much enough for white. So let's just see. H takes, queen takes is not a problem because of rook g5, I guess. But the point is, h takes, knight h4, followed by knight takes g6. Okay. We're still waiting on his move. So this is one of the most exciting parts of this commentary and broadcasting, because when they're running out of time and they just go into severe time troubles and so-called Zeitnot. So let's go. g4, we're just waiting for Predke's move. What's your call in this position? Do you have some special request? So maybe even, you know what, maybe even rook d5 also is an interesting possibility at this point. What do you think of rook to d5? That looks to me, oh, Predke played what I suggested. So he played, oh my goodness, all the time I keep finding these nice tactics by white. So he now wants to go with the queen e5. I suggested this immediately as soon as I saw this position, but something is, wait a sec. If bishop takes h5, absolutely the best is queen e5, threatening queen g7 mate and queen h8. And then queen takes c3, but then you just capture back by queen or by pawn, and then you're just destroying there. h5 is hanging. Nice. Once again, we found nice tactics there. So rook h5 wins the game on the spot. Okay, good. We like it. This is a nice one, and turns out to be enough in this position. Okay, in the game was after rook h5. Daniel Dverny, it's his turn. He's now thinking, taking his time. Probably he doesn't have anything else but to take on h5. Maybe f6, but on f6, rook h6, for example. Then g takes f3, rook g6, and rook f6. Yeah, that should be winning for white. So he played bishop f2. Look at this. He played bishop f2. He definitely has to take. And, makes sense. Makes sense. Do you know what's the point of bishop f2? If you take by king, he just wants to go bishop h5. And when you go with the bishop e5, he just wants to go queen c5 check, I guess. And after queen c5, he just wants to go and take by, not by rook because of rook d8, but by pawn. And then he's up in exchange. So that's the idea of this move. Looks like white has to play nothing else but queen takes f2, right? Bishop h5. And if bishop h5 happens, should he go first with rook d4 and then take by pawn? Or should he go with some queen h4, trying some mating threats? That could be interesting as an idea. Even knight e5 could be interesting. So this should be completely winning. But definitely, Predke after bishop f2, he has to go with queen takes f2 move. But you know what? In this position, he can even move the king to h1. Do you know why? Because he threatens mate on h8. And if you take the queen, it's mate. If you take the knight, it's mate. If you take the bishop, I still have bishop e5. Wait a sec. What if king h1? They take the rook. I play queen e5. I still keep having the same threats, right? On queen c3 maybe is the move. This would be nice counter-attack. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. So let's see. Bishop f2, it's white's turn in this position. It's very complicated position for mutual time trouble with lots of possibilities and chances to make mistake. So, yeah, king h1 looks so logical there, but then that queen c3 refutes just everything. And you definitely have to take by queen. And when you take by queen, bishop h5. So this is a critical moment. If you take by queen, they take bishop h5. And here, is it knight e5, rook d4, h takes g4, queen h4? Probably he would have to just take his time and calculate, but he doesn't have time. That's the point. So this is what makes this position and game being, you know, like very excited. Maybe this one, queen h4, threatening this one and threatening queen f6. Queen h4 should be winning, I agree. Thanks, X-Rock. So queen f2, bishop h5, that happened in the game. It's white's move. We're waiting for Predke's move. Queen h4 seems to be completely winning. Will he find that move? If he finds the move, he wins the game on the spot. Nice one, and this would be a great game because somehow he came up with such a nice tactics towards the time trouble in this game. So we're still waiting for white's move. Was it queen h4? Let's see. Was it queen h4? It says that he ran out of time, so we're just waiting to see what did he do, because for sure he didn't lose on time, and we're just now waiting for his move. It's the 36th move of the game, and if he plays queen h4, it's going to be completely winning for white. We're just waiting for move in that game. In the meantime, let's see other results. Korobov won, Kuparadze won, Sipenko won, and Yannick Igor against Nair now is a lot better. I told you this game was absolutely unclear all the time. At some point I said that Yannick had a very easy game, then Nair solved all the problems, he had a great position, and now take a look at this one. In a mutual time trouble, he absolutely spoiled his position, and now he's a lot worse. Very close to be lost. Then what else do we have there? Grandilius played bishop e4. In the game was bishop f7, king f7, rook takes e4, king went on g8, queen e2, queen g6, knight c1. He now launched the attack on the queen side this way, and looks like Grandilius is in full control of this game against Borochovsky. Attack is on his side, c2 is weak, king on b2 as well, so Grandilius seems to be winning there. Injic drew, all these games were drawn, and now we just get back to the game between Kuzubov and Samonenkov. Kuzubov is still doing better. He's got this very interesting pawn majority on the king side. Let's get back to Predke's game and to see how did he play that and solve those problems. Navara is now, Sichev seems to be completely winning. Predke played h takes g4. He didn't play queen h4. Can you imagine? So after queen g4, played bishop f6 and spoiled his winning chances in the mutual time trouble. Unfortunately, he didn't see queen h4, and now Daniel Dverny is just defending his game. But it's still difficult for black to solve all the problems here. King is so weak, pawn on e7 so powerful. I believe, once again, practically speaking, it's so difficult for black to defend all these threats. King is so weak, that's the point. So, but you see, anything can happen in time trouble. Okay, let's go to one of those games that was absolutely unclear, but now it's getting a lot better for white. Giharo seems to be in severe problems. He's got like pair of the knights, but now his king is weak. Since there is a lack of the dark square bishop, king is in big problems. Okay. So b takes a3, 2 4 5, 2 4 5, and this is the thing. We're just waiting for black's move, but this looks in absolute control for white. So he just goes with, last move was b takes a3, rook h1, a3, b takes a3, knight b8, trying to reposition these knights like knight b to d7 and trying to find some sort of salvation. What if, I was about to say queen h3, but it doesn't work due to queen f4. So let's just see how is white supposed to play this. Maybe to move the king. Maybe to move the king and to avoid those checks. So maybe king to be king d1, maybe king d1, because I don't see checks after a king to d1. And if king d1, knight b d7, but even if you play queen h3, they will just oppose all your threats with queen g7. As long as they have these knights being connected and defending e6, it doesn't look that dangerous for them. But then you have knight d3, e4, knight c5, It's interesting. Let's just see what is white going to do in position. He played queen h4. Black played queen g7. Black is now threatening e4, opening up the diagonal for the queen. What do you think here? I don't see why would he play something. He needs to bring the knight to g4 and then to jump on f6 and win the game, but he doesn't have time for that. So what I like about game by Giharo when he played a3, he creates some practical counter chances in the game. That was a very smart decision. So let's see. King c2, okay. That king c2 is fighting against any kind of e4 followed by queen c3 or queen a1. For sure, Giharo is going to play knight bd7, but okay. This was the last move of the time trouble. So after he plays king c2, he's now having 5 pawns against 5 pawns by black. This looks very difficult for white to penetrate into the black's camp and to finish him off. We all know that white is the one who's going for a win here, but it's far from being technically easy. Okay, what happens in other games? Levajic is now step closer to a draw after c5 happened. D takes c5, rook c5, and playing a game like this. This now looks more drawish than before. Then what else do we have there? We have Korobov against Svane. It's all the time around drawn. Navara is now completely winning. Yeah, I told you that he has to move his king all the way to the king's side in order to be able to promote. So black is also defending this game, this endgame very well, but looks like it won't be enough. Predke against Vrnjacka is now winning. How did he get into winning position? So let's see you there. He played bishop f6, Vrnjacka played queen f4, which was the best, queen d4, and when the guy played queen d4, which was obviously a mistake, he was supposed to keep the queen attacking the bishop on f6, but after queen d4, rook d4, played rook d8, completely winning for Predke now, and I believe it's a matter of moment. When is he going to, oops, just a moment, rook c8. You know what? In a game like this, he should be going with the knight. So he just needs his knight on d6, and black is going to resign, especially because these pawns are on the dark squares. Knight d5, bishop e2, knight c6, and it should be winning. So knight e5, first move, bishop e2, knight c6, and his next move should be knight a7. He's forcing the guy to move there. Just a moment. Knight e5, bishop e2, knight c6, bishop b5, knight a7, bishop a4. Yeah, this is winning. So knight e5 wins the game here, because with the knight e5, you just threaten knight d7, knight b6. You just threaten knight c4, knight d6, and you're just threatening knight c6, knight a7. So knight e5 should be a very nice move to win the game. But you know what? They just came out from the time trouble. So now would be a biggest mistake to instantly make a move. But he played knight e5. He played knight e5. And I said biggest mistake in those moments would be to instantly make a move and to say like, but okay, knight e5 looks like an easily winning move at this point. Okay, so knight e5, this looks winning. Somebody said, can you check like board number 11 and to give us the assessment of the game. It's Korkolos against Svane. Korkolos is all the time better. I told you that from the beginning of this game. He's the one who's pushing for a win. Will he be able to win this one? We don't know. Svane is just defending his position so stubbornly, but okay. What is the one who's in control all the time? Let's take a look at Denis Kadric and how is he doing in this game. Jules Mussar won in the meantime. Šarić looks drovish. Grandilius is winning. We're gonna check that. Where is like Kadric? Kadric won. A fantastic game by Kadric today once again. He made a great win, and that's a really, really big win against Karakan. Let's go for this game between Sichev and Sichev played his last move was King C2 and Knight BD7. They came out of the time trouble, so it's time for one more coffee before we go into the final part of this broadcast. You had a chance to see Andrei Sipenko, who made a miniature today and won his game. He was winning after 1 hour. So you see what happens when you either mess up the order of variations and mix it up in your games, or simply when you know all your lines like that. And you could have seen how important it is to calculate properly, because within a small amount of time you could have seen how he actually sees things and solves all these complications, having like a great vision over the board. See you a little bit later, and then we're gonna check like these last games and what's happening there. Broadcasting of the European Championship, third part, but I have a special guest and I'd like to introduce him here. It's a new Serbian player, Aleksandar Predke. He's just won his game. He's gonna share his thoughts and experiences from today's game. But also, I would like to welcome you to Serbia, to Serbian team. Hopefully with you, we're gonna make some great results. And yeah, so once again, good luck, welcome, and can you please tell us a little bit more about yourself, your game today, your just, you know, like expectations for the future with Serbian team, your teammates, and everything else.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm glad to be here, and I think it will be interesting to play for Serbian team. And honestly, I didn't play in a very serious team tournament for Russian team because it's not so easy to get in main national team. And I think it will be very interesting to play in this tournament, and I hope that we will be fight for medals.
Well, I just hope so. I'm Serbian team captain, and I also hope so. So wish you the best of luck with that as well. Today, you just made a nice win against Daniel Dverny. How do you assess that game?
It was an interesting game. Maybe we can show it.
Yes, feel free. You can get the moves here.
Honestly, I didn't play in classical chess tournament already half a year, and my last tournament was in Dubai Open, maybe in September.
If I'm not wrong, in Dubai Open you took the second place.
Yeah. And now I try to to play well here, but it's not always.
Well, you're doing good so far. So 4 out of 5, right?
Yeah.
Nice. So here you can just move the mouse.
Okay, if 4, 5, it's just opening. It's not too interesting. Okay, maybe it's the first interesting moment. I knew before the game that I could play h3, and it is maybe it is the main theoretical move. I saw 2 games of my opponent in this position, but this order of move which happened in the game allowed me to try to play without h3, and I try to do it. Okay, knight f1.
You're saving some time.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe it wasn't not not very clever, but okay, knight f7, d4. I thought that it's a very principal move. d4, take, bishop b6. Okay, maybe I have to play h3 here because I thought maybe I have alternative something like knight g3, but I thought that after knight g6 I didn't see which move I need to play, because he wants to play bishop g4 and d5. And for example, if he starts from bishop g4, I have bishop e3, maybe, and after
can he go with d5 here?
Yeah, d5 he has, but with knight on e7, it's always not so clear because of e5.
Aha, okay.
And here, after knight g6, maybe I have, he wants to play d5 here, and I have bishop e2. Or after knight c6, I also can play bishop e2. And maybe it's more cunning to play knight g6 initially. And okay, I played h3, d5 is okay, it's principal. e5, knight e4, bishop d3.
You know, I gotta tell you a secret. During the game, I said, for sure he won't take on e4. And you instantly took on e4. So...
Okay, because he played knight f5, and I thought that if I not to take on e4, it's just a normal position for black. He also could play something like bishop f5, but I like my position after, for example, knight g3, take, and okay, I want to maybe I have some pressure because of g4, g5 plan. And he choose knight f5.
So you decided to take
Yes,
upon.
I decided to take. I honestly didn't see any moves which allow me to play on the win. Knight f5, take. Maybe queen d5 isn't very well. I thought maybe he has to play something like bishop e6 and try to
Look for a compensation and light squares, huh?
yeah, with bishop on d5, because after queen d5, rook f4, maybe it's okay. My rook maybe looks not so attractive on e4, but I didn't see any lines where it's bad. And for example, he can try to play so, but after rook g4, I didn't see how he can win my rook. And okay, maybe somewhere I can sacrifice it.
Yeah.
This pawn on
So
g5.
if nothing else, worst case scenario, you can always give it up for the weak king.
Yeah. And maybe he also understood this in this moment, and because after c5, okay, it's c5, knight f3, take. It's definitely it's better for white.
Now
Position.
it's obviously a lot better, yeah.
Yeah. And okay, take, bishop d8. Maybe after bishop c3, it, for example, the endgame maybe wasn't too bad for black, and they have simple game.
Yeah, because of the
Bishop
bishop area.
Yeah. And I decided to play queen e2. Okay, it's I during the game I thought it's very important line is bishop g5, where I can take and play queen f3. I think it's very important because if he plays so.
And what if he plays bishop e6 after queen f3?
Yeah, bishop 6. He also had, but here I can take and rook g4. And
Aha, he's hanging on g5.
yeah. And maybe after changing, firstly, it's always a problem. Bishop
Always, yeah.
Yeah. Also, he had something like rook d8, but after rook e4, bishop d7, maybe with the idea bishop c6. I thought that rook e1 is
Enough.
Enough, yes. For example, bishop c6, queen g3, it's better for white. He played g5 here, I think. During the game, I thought that it's a mistake because, okay, rook e4, bishop f5, rook e3, rook c8, rook d1. Now I can sacrifice my pawn. My the main strategical task to change my knight on black square bishops, and I suppose that all position with my black square bishop and his white square bishop.
Yeah. Okay,
is,
because his king is weak then.
Yeah. Queen c4. Okay, it was. He could play queen a2 immediately, but
You prepared something there to surprise his king.
Yeah, I mean that he just wants to have my queen on e1 here, because if, for example, he play queen a2 immediately, bishop c3, bishop b6, like he played in the game. Here maybe my queen.
Your queen goes on the h5 and mates him.
Yeah. It was his idea. Okay, here I decided to play fast because I think it's a good plan to come with my knight on d4.
Yeah.
Bishop g6. I didn't see any good variants for black. For example, if he take on d4, rook d4, rook d8, maybe I have rook d6, and okay, he can change the queen, but it's not so cheap for him.
He looks so weak on the dark squares on the king's side,
Yeah.
so you always can come up with something.
Yes, it's because of g5.
Because of g5, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, here I have two options: e7, like I played, and b3 here with the idea rook a1. But after queen a3, okay, maybe it's also good for white, but I decided to play 7. It's just more hopeful.
Yeah.
Queen c4, rook e5. Maybe I could play harder, but okay, rook e5, bishop c5, knight f3. Okay, I thought that his idea to play bishop b4, to change a dangerous bishop, and after knight f3, bishop b4, I have rook d4, and for example, this position is just
hopeless.
Yes, scary for black. Okay, b6. Here I decided to show some little combination after knight h2. Okay, h5 is a logical move. Knight f3, g4. If he didn't play h5, I just want to play knight g4 and knight
you're
f6.
just penetrating onto the dark squares.
Yeah, h5, knight f3, g4.
And I saw this rook h5 during the stream. I said, does it work? And you found it almost instantly.
Yeah, but here, okay, he played, I think, the best move, bishop f2, the best practical chance.
You were both in time trouble at this moment, right?
Yeah, I had maybe 2 minutes here after rook h5.
For example, when you played rook h5, did you calculate bishop f2 for him?
Yes, I calculate. I just believe that it has to be winning for me, but when I got this position, I understood that it's not so easy. Because if he started with bishop h5, queen e5, bishop f2, I have just king h1, and it's black in big trouble. Because of this, he started with bishop f2. I have king h1 here also, but maybe queen
c3. Yes,
yeah.
queen c3 wins on, yeah.
Yes, queen f2, bishop h5, Okay,
Yeah.
maybe here
Yeah.
I had maybe 95 is okay for me, because after queen
Bishop d4 now.
bishop d4, queen e7, maybe queen f5 here. I don't know. It's not.
Queen h4 seems to be winning at this point. And it's to take.
Here
Maybe
also.
just like you see after g takes f3, now it says black is good.
Okay, I didn't see protection here. Queen c5, king h2. Maybe it's working for white.
I don't know. Maybe he's. I don't know. This looks weird. I don't even see how is he going to defend this mate, except maybe sacking that queen for the bishop, but then you're winning.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe
He's good. Yeah, that's what
And
I thought.
f2.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what I
Okay.
thought.
I didn't see winning here during the game.
Luckily, you played better.
Yeah, I hoped so that I played better. Maybe, okay, 95, queen c4, queen c5, bishop d4, queen e7. It's it doesn't work also. If queen f5, bishop can't help. He has to be some here, but okay, I can play rook d4, rook h4
with mate. Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe he could play something like king h7, but okay, it's I think it's technically winning position. I think it's just force winning g4, bishop g6, and knight c6, and he doesn't have.
You're going to make Serbian fans now very happy. We're all cheering up for you. So let's just hope for that one. Also, we wish you the best of luck playing for a Serbian team.
Oh, thank you.
And me and you, I hope we are going to cooperate well together, since I'm Serbian team captain and head coach. Also, you know our teammates, they're all great guys, and it's going to be very nice to be a part of that team. Wish you the best of luck for the rest of your tournament. I was just checking something on Twitter, and I saw your name in Vrnjacka Masters.
Yeah.
It's going to be in Dubai, right?
Yes, maybe it's going to be in Sharjah.
In Sharjah, yeah.
It's a very, very strong tournament, and we'll see. I hope to play there.
Yeah, so we just hope you're going to have wins like this one.
Yeah,
So
thank you.
thanks so much for being our guest. Let's just hope you're going to be more of these times here with us, so more of wins like this. So good luck, and see you in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. So we'll just make sure to check like some of these games. Let's just see what's happening there. So except on the first board where Korobov won against Ponomariov, all other games were drawn. Neguanu managed to win Levajic. I told you he's like very tough in those calm positions. Korkolos was much better, and he was winning. Okay, but the thing is, he can hardly push this for a win. Apart from that one, so let's just go with Sichev against Giharo. Sichev is in this position. Okay, rook takes b7. Thanks so much. All the best. So thanks for Aleksandar Predke for being our guest. He made a nice win today against Daniel Vrnjacka. You could have seen another interesting game with the white pieces. He's doing great, especially in the middle games, outplaying these guys. And here, Clemente Sichev, he's winning against Giharo. Giharo was really having a nice game in the King's Indian, but at some point he lost the plot, lost the track of that game and lost. Okay, so the thing is after a4, he can hardly gonna find ways to come up with some tactics, perpetual check or whatever kind of trick there. Okay, what else does he have there? Nothing. I don't see this as a possibility. Now he's just pushing this pawn up. He can always go with a king on a3 and cover himself with a rook on b3, so it's gonna be a good thing for him. So yeah, this is like very interesting and should be like winning there. Okay, so let's just carry on with other games. Almost all the games are finished on the top 20 boards. Even Šarić is trying to win with the bishop pair against rook and connected 7 pawns. It's sorry, actually this is position. So he's still, but this is absolutely unclear position because he has these great bishops, although this guy has these rooks behind these pawns and he can just push these pawns. So it's very difficult, and I cannot assess this position properly. Also, lots of different kinds of things might happen depending on calculation, time trouble, time consuming, and this is a very, very unclear, I'd say. Then what else do we have? Kirill Shevchenko drew against Yannick Igor beat Nair, which is a big win for a white player. Boruchovsky lost to Grandelius, who was really playing well and who was conducting his attack very carefully. Then we have all these games, more or less. Manuel Petrosian managed to win, even though this game most of the time was pretty much equalish. He managed to win that one. Kuzubov against Samonenkov. Kuzubov looks like he should be winning in this one. He just has to find a very precise way of pushing these pawns very fast on the king side. So let's just see what's going to happen there. The biggest winners of, while we're waiting for his move and to calculate properly what to do, I just want to tell you once again, the biggest winner of today's round is definitely Anton Korobov. Anton Korobov, only player in the whole tournament with 5 games and 5 wins. Big winners of today's round are also Aleksandar Predke, who's now on 4 points. Also Sipenko, who won his game relatively fast in miniature today. But you also have to consider that Safarli is the only guy with 4.5 points. So does it mean that we have already pairing for tomorrow, that Korobov is going to play Safarli? I'm saying, does it mean? For sure it would be the case, but maybe because of color of pieces. So Korobov was today white. Safarli was also white, but okay. Korobov might be white against Safarli tomorrow. Okay, so we're just analyzing this game. Kuzubov, also a big winner, is a guy from Czech Republic, Neguanu, who beat Leon Levajic. Levajic was defending that position very, very, like stubbornly. Everything was working pretty much well, but eventually he couldn't hold the pressure, and eventually he just lost that game. Here, white played 96. Interesting is, after king a3, probably he wants to go with the king on c3. And that's what makes this position being so special. I really like 96. And you always have to count on things like king a3, king c3. Somehow squeezing out that king on a3, kind of locking that king on a3, and afterwards being able to go with a knight e4, knight takes b5, simply taking the pawn on a3, and there is no power to stop those three connected pawns on the king side. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Played king c3, great calculation by Kozubov here. And in case of king a2, he's going to be going with knight d4, a3, knight b5. He can easily give up that pawn, sorry, that knight for the pawn, and then all he has to do just to push these pawns and promote to the queen. Completely winning game for Kozubov. And the whole approach in this game to trade the queens off is not something that we're not familiar with in this tournament. Usually these experienced guys, you could have seen that by now, when they play against these younger players, they're just happy to trade the queens off and to somehow outplay them afterwards in queenless type of games. Okay, so let's go with this stuff. So king c3, we're waiting for Simonenko to make a move, but I don't think he's going to be able to defend this one, especially because the king is somehow locked in the angle of the left side of the board. Okay, so we're still waiting for his move. Objectively speaking, this is absolutely. Somebody told me that there are 3 players or 4.5. Could be that I'm wrong. Could be that I'm wrong. Neguanu is 4.5, so I apologize. I apologize, you're right, and it's my fault. And also, oh, Giga Kuparadze is on 4.5. Yeah, you're right. I apologize. So I kept repeating there is only one guy with 4.5 points, so not Safarli, Neguanu, and Kuparadze. Those are guys with 4.5. Thanks so much for helping here and telling me that there are like 3 more games there, three more guys there. Okay, so we're just waiting for Simonenko to make a move, but objectively speaking, this is dead loss. Let's move on to the game where Korobov is trying to win against Svane. You know what? As long as the pawns are on the same side, all these pawns are on the dark squares, unlike his light square bishop, and as long as he's got such an active king, knight, and rook, he really has some practical chances to push for a win. So I really find this position very difficult for defending with black pieces. For example, exchanging the rooks also should favor white. And that king on e7 is doing a great job because this is practically very difficult position for defending with the black pieces. So let's see what's going to happen there. They're both running out of time, which definitely helps white and which definitely makes black's defense considerably way more difficult. He has to go with the rook, for example, on g8. And then where to go with this rook on b8, because knight c6. Right now, knight c6 might be one of the threats. Right now, because if bishop c6, rook takes f8, but if you play rook g8, white cannot take on f7 because rook g8. How is white supposed to play there? That's my question. Maybe rook c8, and after rook f8, knight d6. It's check and it's winning. So wait a sec. A rook g8, rook c8, and rook h8. And after rook h8, knight e6 doesn't seem to be working because of f takes e6, rook h8, king h8, king e6 is nothing. So this is like very interesting in this situation. And I'm willing to check this one. So rook g8. How is white going to improve his position. King d7, king c7 is not going to benefit and give him more of chances there. If white can force black in this position to be white on the move, they should be winning. Anton Giharo lost his game to Clemente Sichev. Sichev won. That's a big win for a Russian guy. Navara, in the meantime, won. I already told you that Jules Mussar won. Šarić is keeps squeezing out his opponent, and this now looks a lot better than like a few minutes ago. These pawns on c5 and d3 are blocked. His bishop on b7 is doing a great job. Why do I have feeling that this is going to be endgame bishop and rook against rook? Why do I have feeling that it's going to be something like that? I don't know, but something tells me it could be an endgame like that. Bishop and rook against rook. But okay, which is, of course, always in practice great chance for stronger side to push for a win, even though we all know it's a theoretical draw. But okay, let's just see what's going to happen in other games. This really looks better for Šarić. He's got great practical chances to push for a win. Do we have any other games? Iskandarov is winning against Gorstein. Look at that bishop of Iskandarov on h8. It cannot get any kind of activity till the rest of the game. But after he played this guy played this bishop b2, I also believe that he's about to resign because of rook a2. And that rook is going to be pinned for the rest of the game. So bishop b2, rook a2, pinning the bishop on b2, also rook on c2, and afterwards finding some sort of break with some c4 ideas. Yeah, exactly, rook a2. He now just pinned the bishop, rook on c2, and I believe he has to, from this point onwards, all the time cope with the c4 breaks. I'm not saying that the c4 should be working here. I'm just saying he has to count on that for the rest of the game. King on f7, because he, for example, has to play king e2. Sorry, rook e2. If rook e2, he should go with c4 doesn't work because of b takes c4, b3. And after he goes rook g2, yeah, that one doesn't seem to be working. So rook a2, rook e2. No, actually, now it's white's turn. So rook e2. And what's the way for black to break here? What's the way for black to break in that position? c4, b takes c4, b3, rook g2. It's very interesting. I don't see a way for black to penetrate here. So once again, rook e2. You can't go with the king upwards because of king g6, and that might be dangerous. He's not going to move the rook. Sorry, bishop on b2. A very interesting position. I don't see a way for black to break here, even though I know it's completely winning. What am I missing here? Because black doesn't have a way to move the king because of king g6. Black doesn't have a way to move the bishop. Absolutely impossible there. Black if breaks with c4. So I really don't know what's happening there. Rook e2 for white, but I also don't know why Gorshin is taking his time here. He doesn't have many options. Probably I'm missing something here. So rook e2. Maybe some... You know what? I'm now thinking of this one. Rook a2, rook e2, rook a8, rook c2. He wants to take on c5. Yeah, that's exactly what happened in the game. So let's see. They made few moves. He played bishop e2, played rook h2, played rook a8, but now why this move? Why not rook c2? Because he would put him in Zugzwang. No. I don't know, rook c1. Now it's black's turn. But now should be winning because black is going to play rook g8 here. But I'm just wondering, what would he do if rook c2 happened there? Would he go with some c4 break at some point? Definitely he would have to cope with something like that, but I don't know when and where. We'll get back to this position. Looks winning for black. I still don't see fully how. Korkolos against Svane is now knight against bishop. This is a very interesting position because according to all, let's just say, school approaches to this game, knight should be better than bishop, but this position looks enough defendable by black. Knight f6 doesn't work due to bishop c6. How is white going to improve on his position? What does he have to do? In this type of situations, you don't have to calculate anything. You should just ask yourself, what do I need? Where do I need to place my knight? What should be the winning position? And then you're just trying to succeed in something like that. I don't see what is white going to do here. How is he going to improve on his game? And I believe now this is pretty much drawn. Even though it should be a little bit better, not a little bit better, even though it looks like knight is doing a lot better. But imagine knight on f6, he goes bishop c6, and knight cannot go anywhere else. Imagine knight on f8, nothing. He goes with the knight a4. He's now just trying to catch this, his opponent off guard. I believe this is going to be draw. Let's just see this endgame between Ivan Šarić and Guliev. Ivan Šarić looks completely winning now. He tricked his opponent. Wait a sec, what if king a6? King a6. Oh, on king a6, he's got rook a1, king b5, and he wins the rook. So Šarić is winning. Nice technique with two bishops. Amazing win by Šarić. So this is now dead winning. Then let's go to next one. Next one is, so it's a matter of moment when is his opponent going to resign. Iskandarov, has anything changed in that game? Rook h1, it's Iskandarov's turn. He's still looking for tactical sequence to move to win this one. Do you know what is interesting here? I'm just saying interesting. I'm not sure if it works or not. Interesting could be bishop g7, h takes g7, king g7. He threatens rook h8 with mate. If king h4, you win rook. So bishop g7, h takes king g7, rook g1. And after king f7, he went for this rook e8 to push that pawn to okay. He found a way to penetrate a little bit more and to play e2, followed by, yeah, this is nice. He found a nice way to win this one. He's going to play e2, bishop c1, then he'll play c4, cannot take by d pawn, he has to take by b, then b3, then he'll push the pawn to b2, then after bishop e2, he'll play rook to e3, he's going to threaten rook on h3 mate, king h4, and then he's going to take on d3 because he threatens the bishop on. But even that one is not so clear. So you have to be very precise here, because if you make something wrong, you might be losing your advantage. In the meantime, Korkolos is completely winning. No, it's not. Come on, how is this completely winning? What's the difference in comparison to the previous position? No, I don't see how is he going to win this one. What's the plan by white here? That's maybe to cope with some knight e2 and f5, jumping with the knight on f4 and like this, but I don't see how is he going to do that. So knight d4. He wants to go with knight b5, knight d6, and go after the f7 pawn. That's the winning plan. Oh my goodness, I completely forgot about that one. So now Svane has to play bishop d3 to stop knight b5. And then bishop d3 to stop that. All white is looking for is to bring that knight to d6. So bishop d3, he played g5. Practically it's his only chance, but okay, now it's winning. Now it's winning because knight is keeping an eye on the f5 penetrating square. This should be easily winning now for white. Wow, Korkolos is fighting so hard, and he's gonna win this one. I believe it's not that important whether he takes by h or f pawn. It's winning in both of these cases. So this is going to be win for white. Šarić is now completely winning. He's up 2 pieces. Look at this. He's completely dead winning. So Šarić is winning. Korkolos is winning. What else do we have there? Iskandarov, he still looks winning in that position. Yeah, king came to h4. He has to do something to win the pawn on h6 so he can finally give some time to his bishop on h8 to breathe. This is still very interesting endgame to watch. Paravian against Kozakovsky, it's completely drawn. Okay, but Kozakovsky is up a pawn, but it's hard to win. Dragnev against Nigalidze looks better for white, but how is he going to activate his rook without losing one of these pawns? Maybe just d6. Maybe just d6. But after d6, g6. Although this looks winning, he probably just has to calculate there. Then what else do we have there? We have Stoyanov Tsvetan against Rud Makarian. Ivanchuk won, so he's going to be amongst those with 3.5 points. He's slowly but surely getting there. Motilev drew against Terdogmuz, and Olga Badelka beat Maxim Rothstein. A big result. And take a look at this. Dmitry Kolars lost to Seaman. Another great upset. Serbian champion Velimirivic is only on 3 out of 5. He drew against Benzinger. So I'm just checking some of the results from this round. And Zajic against Shebenik. Let's take a look at this game. Wow, what a nice end game. Take a look at this one. Zajic created so-called electric pawns. He's completely winning, and he's about to win this game. His opponent is going to resign. Nice one. I like this one with creating, we call them electric pawns, because if the king goes on f7, you play h7 and no one can stop them. If the king goes on h7, so you go with the king here, you go here, and now you can approach the pawn. You go with the king on h7, I just go f7. Also, the king on e4 is in square, so basically after b3, king to d3, b2, king c2, and since the king is in square, you're just going to get it very easily. Zajic wins this one. In the meantime, we just have that Korkolo's game. He's getting more and more winning every single move. He can now reroute his knight to f4, force his opponent to move the king in Zugzwang. Then he's going to play king f6, because when he brings the knight to f4, he will have to move the bishop. And then h5 is hanging. So in order not to do that, he's going to move the king. Then you go with the king on f6 and improve on your game. It's completely winning. So knight should jump on f4, and that's going to be winning. Then what else do we have? Šarić won after nice realization there. Iskandarov didn't find a way to win this one. I mean earlier. Maybe that bishop g7 that I mentioned at some point was worth of considering. So 2-4-6, 2-4. He took the pawn on h6, and now he's about to finally give his bishop to breathe. This is very interesting, because now even though he was like completely winning, this guy Gorstein is defending very stubbornly and very persistently his position. If he wins on c5, he's gonna win on b4. Black needs so many moves to solidify himself. I believe he spoiled his chances here, because he gave white so much activity. Finally, we have all those games. So let me just see. Yes. So now Korkolos played knight g7. He can't move the king. He can't move anything. Knight e6 is threatened, and every single move, Svane is going to resign. So this game is finished. Big win for the Greek player. I spoke about this guy yesterday. He's like really good and has some very nice scalps. Iskandarov is now drawn. Paravian is drawn. Dragnev is winning against Nigalidze, but it's still ongoing. So what's happening there? Zajic won. Congratulations. So Varmerdam, he's always playing some tough games in this tournament. Oh my goodness, look at this one. King and a knight against king and rook. It's drawn. So Varmerdam is trying to win this by squeezing out this king in the corner of the board, but this is not going to be possible to win. Although the only chance is if that king is so, like angled, but that shouldn't be the case here. and it should be most likely drawn. Let's once again go back here. All the games on top 20 boards are done. We're just waiting for this Ruy guy to finish against Svane. Svane is lost. If he moves the bishop, h5 is fallen. If he doesn't move the bishop, knight e6 is threatened, and he resigned his game. So let me just tell you, and to give you like a brief recap of what was happening today. Korobov won, and he's the only guy to lead after 5 rounds. Fantastic score so far, 5 games, 5 wins. Then we have like 3 guys with 4.5 points. We have Neguanu, we have Safarli, and we have Giga Kuparadze. Then we have like a whole bunch of players with 4 points. So slowly but surely, the things are heating up. Wow, look at this. Gorstein is now looking, actually this is mistake in the broadcast. So we certainly don't know what's happening in this game. And unfortunately, we don't have this one. So just once again, Korobov is only with 5 points. We have 3 guys with 4.5. Whole bunch of guys with 4 points. So just like I told you previously, things are getting messy here. Some very nice wins. We have a great win by Sipenko, almost like an hour he was winning. Korobov, fantastic game, and the novelty with the king on d2. Afterwards, he was conducting his initiative really well. In a great game, he managed to win. So many interesting things here. This one is going to be most likely drawn. Guys, thanks for watching. Hope that you liked the stream. Today, for the first time, we had 2 guests and more of guests tomorrow. So stay with us and see you tomorrow for the 6th round. Have a good one.